The following program is for adult audiences only.
Wish that I could stay. Wish for this moment to never go away. But it's all in my mind. And though I know that there is nothing to find, you're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light. See how you've grown while you roam in the streets all alone. All you can see, thinking about what your life came to be. You're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light. like the mothers of Brazil find their way. We're all on our own, but you're the most beautiful I've ever known. You're a beautiful sight in the summer night, and you can't put up a fight in the misty light.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Unbelievable morning we've had today. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vapin' Heed.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing mighty fine and welcome. We've had a few dangle clacks, boys and girls, again, and it's beyond our control.
Yes, everything is a total cluster today. We went live. A bunch of stuff happened that we didn't tell it to do. It just did it all on its own. StreamerBot disappeared, and my browser disappeared, and Kenny's browser didn't disappear. But he had a heck of a time trying to get logged in today to get online. And now the best part is
Updates.
I have to turn his audio on inside of Firefox to hear him. I no longer hear him like you guys hear him. I used to hear him through Chrome, which is built into OBS. I didn't update OBS. We did it last week. So I don't know what's going on.
What the head scratching? The powers that be are watching us, my friend.
I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. Anyway, we're going to truck on. Haven't been feeling good this week. I'm still trying to fight off that big flu thing that my wife had. I mean, it's been a back and forth. You know, my stomach's like queasy and upset. You know, I feel like somebody gut punched me. One day, I wake up the next day and my sinuses are just totally congested. I blow my nose. It's all clear, so it's not like a sinus infection.
Oh, dear.
I don't understand it.
See, well, it's probably that horrible snowy weather you've got over there. Why, we've got a heat wave, my brother. A heat wave in the UK.
Yeah.
It's hot. Hot.
So the problem I have now is I'm not hearing you as loud as everybody else is because I'm not listening to them, what they listen to.
Gotcha. That's a weird one. Hello, Robert Lawyer from Philadelphia. Woohoo!
Hello and welcome. Hello, Robert Lawyer. Hello, Darren D. Needle Pitts, Michael Redfern, William Dobson, Andy C. Alex, Dion78, Dusty Country Road, Cheryl Demers, and Al Ben. Lovely to have all you guys here today.
I can assure William Dobson I have not pressed any buttons whatsoever.
No, the only thing I did on my end that I changed was I got sick and tired of having to disable all the automatic stuff built in the Ninja, right? So I added into my original create the whole room pro audio. I don't want any compression. I don't want auto gain. I don't want any of that stuff. My audio is perfectly fine the way it is, and so is Kenny's. So don't touch it. But we have this wonderful AI. This AI can do everything for you.
Yeah.
Bug off.
Fuck up your stream. Yeah. Fuck off. Oh, dear. Not good,
Holy
mate.
cow.
Not good. Thank you, William. Super chat. Super
Awesome.
chat.
William Thompson, thank you for the wonderful super chat today. That's awesome. That's like 2 weeks in a row.
I think you need to add an audio jingle to that, mate, so we can all hear and dance along when you get it done.
That's a great idea. I can do that.
Idea,
That's a great idea. I can definitely do that.
Then everybody can see and dance. You know.
Greetings, one and all. Hope you are all doing good.
Thank you, William.
Okay, here's another mystery, right? Why did it print a third receipt?
Actually, William should pay for insulting me and my football team.
Now you can insult them as much as you want.
Yeah.
Feel free anytime you feel like it to go ahead and insult him.
I got another new T-shirt, by the way. You've got us hooked, mate.
Yeah.
You've got me hooked. There you go. Today's good mood is sponsored by vaping and alcohol.
Yeah, 2 thumbs up there, baby.
How apt is that?
I even have the one that you sent me earlier in the week. That's like a new thing for you, isn't it?
Oh, the serial vapist.
Yeah.
It's a bit nasty, like, isn't it?
Isn't that annoying how when you take a picture of your stuff and it's like backwards? Like,
yeah.
of all the things that they're going to fix with AI, it's kind of like autocorrect, right? You know, they like to like change words that they shouldn't even be touching.
It's like you say, like, you know, you want to type something in any kind of AI, well, like say I don't know, say a logo with your name on, it never gets that name that you type in right. It always fucks it up. It just can't do languages.
And there's another idea from William, a new command, newsflash. When it's not fake news, it's just a newsflash. That's going to be awesome.
Ah.
That's going to be awesome because I can do that. I've already got the pop-ups for our little news banner. I just have the news banner come up, and whatever the message is going to be what's going to scroll across that banner.
Ah.
That's a great idea. I'll have to add that to the list.
Oh, Jamie, go away.
News flash.
Work. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
News just in. According to William Dobson, Newcastle supporters wear tutus. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Okay. I'll do the pirouette for you then.
There's another command for your joke, if you want to hear a joke in chat. So what happens when you anger a brain surgeon?
Oh, okay.
They'll give you a piece of your mind.
I like it. Mad.
Listen, I have done upgrades in the background, despite the fact that DaVinci Resolve keeps crashing. Kenny sent me a message on Saturday, I believe it was, and he's like, "Hey, the DaVinci Resolve 20 is here. It's got a bunch of AI stuff, plus it has support for your chip." And I'm like, do I really want to upgrade in the middle of this project? I mean, I went and tried to edit the projects and finish them.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts, the dude I pay to stop by once a week to pick up poop in my backyard just realized that I don't have pets. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Shit.
Long story short, I tried to edit in DaVinci Resolve. It kept crashing. Legit, it would just disappear off of my screen. No error messages, no nothing. There's no way to track on why it's doing it. It just disappears. So I'm like, okay, let's do the upgrade. I made a backup of everything, did the upgrade, and it was doing the same thing. Just crashing for no reason. And it was like, there was like a certain thing I would do to get it to crash. It would just randomly crash. Just disappear. It just gets frustrating, you make edits and changes and stuff, and you hit save every 5 minutes, even though it automatically saves in the background, and it just disappears.
NVIDIA need to get that driver sorted out for these cards. Like, I probably don't think you're the only one that's suffering the shit with them.
Listen, I was watching Gamers Nexus put out a video. There are 2 game developers that have told their people, if you do not have a 50 series card, go back to the December driver. Because ever since they introduced the 50 series cards, there's been nothing but problems with these drivers.
God, yeah.
Like, AI wants to take control of everything in our lives.
It's right? Like you said, the rush the release, they never thought it through, and now everybody's just pissed off with them. Sick of all the money they've shelled out for fucking nothing but headaches.
And the best part is, they were supposed to be the best and the most popular graphics cards out there because their drivers were always spot on. AMD ruined their relationship with gamers when they kept putting out drivers that kept having problems with them and could never solve the problems.
Yeah.
Well, now it's the shoes on the other foot.
It is. But like you said, all this AI bullshit that's taking over everything as well doesn't fucking help.
No, it doesn't. There's constantly stuff going on in the background. Things are changing. Perfect example. I don't know if this is a graphics driver issue or if this is a Windows issue, but my one monitor kept changing. I have everything set in at 60 hertz refresh rate. That way, it's an even multiple of the 30 frames per second we send out, and it makes it easier on OBS to render whenever we go to Chrome, or if I do the dad jokes or the pictures or the pet pics or whatever. Everything that's captured on that screen doesn't have to run at 75 hertz. It can run at 60 hertz, and then it just drops every other frame. Well, it kept changing on its own. It kept reverting back to 75 hertz. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Why? I changed it inside of Windows control panel. I changed it inside of NVIDIA's control panel. It was fine. And then like 5 minutes later, I was like, let me check it again. And it's back to 75 hertz.
Fucking bullshit, man.
It is.
Too much AI.
Utterly ridiculous. So
Too
frustrating. And I just haven't gotten anything accomplished this past week because of it. Buta Squad, hello and welcome.
One step forward, 20 steps backwards. That's what it is. Bastards.
But the thing is, you're taking steps backwards that has nothing to do with you. You didn't cause yourself to go backwards. It's like, we were having trouble just maintaining 30 frames per second last week. And I'm like, that was one of the problems, was the monitor was running at 75 hertz. And then like Kenny logged in today and he was like running at 60 frames per second.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. That was my recording setup, not my streaming setup.
What do you do?
It's just been so frustrating.
Leave us alone. Just leave everything alone.
Did you get yours? Did you get yours? Did you find it? The HorizonTech Falcon?
Oh, yes. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it is. I have to nip up and get it, but I know where it is. I've got the King.
We got that with the stream last week, and I sent him a picture. As soon as I found it, I'm like, man, I was buried clear in the top shelf in the corner and above the desk, and I knew exactly where the coils were for it.
Mine are over here. I've got all my stuff here, actually, so I can show find coils. But yeah. What a classic, man. That was my wife's daily drag, that Wismec rouleau with the HorizonTech Falcon coil. Fantastic, man. I'll tell you what I found as well. Where is he? I think we were talking about it last week. It's fucking manky like, but a quick little clean up. Can you remember when we were talking about that last week?
What is that one?
The goldfish bowl.
Oh, yeah, the Freemax. Was that Fire Luke?
Yeah, it's the Freemax Mesh Pro. Remember the one with the goldfish bowl on as a fucking thing? I found that. The coils had it, like it needs new coils, but yeah, that's what I found. My wife used to love this. This was my wife's daily drive. I've got two of these. This was my missus's daily drive. She loved this tank. Absolutely loved it.
I'll be on the hunt for that this week.
That was her daily driver. She loved this thing. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, I found that. I'll tell you what I've lost. What I can't find anywhere is me Osiris. I don't know where I put that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't. I've found the boxes. All the boxes there. I've looked in all the likely places. It's fucking vanished. So I've still got some hunting to do.
That's bonkers, dude.
Because normally when I'm using the tank, it's either there, in there, or it goes back in the box, and it's not in me three normal places. So I'm a bit baffled where I put it. It'll turn up somewhere along the line, but it's not in the usual haunts.
That's what happens when you're spoiled for choice, matey.
Oh, it's crazy, man. But I've got like a two wooden bases all hold with all my other stuff in, and normally I'm so organized with them because in fear of losing them, and I don't know. I don't know.
Brian Ferguson, hello and welcome.
Probably just me having a brain fart. It's probably under my nose somewhere, and I just haven't looked properly. You know what I mean? Because I'm an idiot.
Truth, man. I know what that's like.
Yeah. Ain't that because I'm an idiot.
Meanwhile, I was making fun of Patrick last week. He made a little montage of the situation that was going on, and he made a little montage video. This kid around Pittsburgh, actually it was Uniontown, which is like an hour away from me. This kid got tased for vaping. He wasn't actually vaping. He got tased because they thought he had a vape in his backpack, and he wouldn't open his backpack or turn it over to the police officers in school. So 4 cops couldn't manage the situation without having to tase this guy.
What? It's Bobby.
Back in our day, they would just take you to the office. They'd call your parents in, and your parents would make you do it.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
The sub-ohm guy, hello and welcome.
Ooh.
Oh, I do have one actual breaking news story we're going to cover today. But today, I'm going to take something a little different than any other vape advocate has ever done before. I know that, there's plenty of people that do shows and they talk about the news and vape advocacy and stuff. But, I'm heavy on the science, right? That's something that's different about this show and always has been, is we always focus on the science because that's what should be driving the policies on whether we have access to these things or not, right? And the science shows this is the most effective way to quit smoking. So therefore, they should be sold everywhere. And it should be easy as peasy for you to go and say, I want to make this great thing to help people quit smoking, and you should just be able to sell it. And there shouldn't be any taxes on it or restrictions or, listen, you want to age gate it? Fine. Age gate it like you age gate alcohol. But it should be taxed the same way tomatoes are, because tomatoes have nicotine. So why would you tax your product that's going to get you to quit smoking? Well, this is where everything goes back to, is the fact that we're classified as a tobacco product. So how much do you know about tobacco?
Basically, it's a plant. It's a leaf. Gets processed into whatever cigarettes, and that is basically the physical side of it. And obviously, the chemicals that are in it are absolutely deadly, and they kill you.
So here's a question for you: how much of a cigarette is actually tobacco that's dried, cut up, and put into a cigarette?
Oh,
Vaping Big, hello and welcome.
There's a thought.
What percentage of a cigarette is actually tobacco? Unmolested, they grow it in the field, they bring it in, they dry it, and then they run it through a grinder to cut it up.
I would say probably very little, because, like I say, by the time they've pissed farted on and added this to it and that to it, I don't know, 60% as a guess.
Close.
Top of your head.
50% of a cigarette is actually unmolested tobacco. They take a tobacco leaf, they dry it up, they get it to a certain moisture content, and bada bing, bada boom, gets ground up, and that's part of your cigarette. The other half of it is made up of other stuff. Reconstituted tobacco. You know what reconstituted tobacco is?
Was that all the shit off the floor?
It's the shit off the floor from the factory that manufactures cigarettes. And did you know that when they sell cigarettes and they send it out to a store and it goes to some little mom and pop, hometown grocery store, and they don't sell it and it sits on their shelf for like a year or 2 years or whatever the date is? The cigarette companies, when they send their reps out, look for the dates of the stamps that are on the packages. And if they're past a certain date, they will exchange those cigarettes that have been sitting on the shelf for like 2 years with a brand new pack. Because they want the customer, when they open it up, to have the right moisture content and a fresh cigarette for a consistent experience. So what do you think they do with all the cigarettes that they take back?
Grind them up and put them back in.
Exactly. They grind them up with the sweepings from the tobacco factory floors, and they make reconstituted tobacco, which isn't actually tobacco. We'll go through it when we get to the news. It's really fascinating. And you can thank all of this information to an episode of Modern Marvels from the History Channel. Did you ever watch Modern Marvels?
Oh, yes. Now and then. Yeah.
I used to love watching that. When it was first coming out, I watched it, live on the History Channel. I was working as a paramedic, and then, long after that, I still watch it whenever I have access to it. Well, there's an episode of the History Channel, Modern Marvels, The History of Tobacco, available on YouTube to watch. There's a link in the description below.
Interesting.
But I learned so many things in there, and being that I've been an advocate for vaping for well over 5 years now, and one of the things that they keep pushing at you is, hey, University of Michigan has a free course on, smoking cessation, and this university has a free course on, tobacco and blah, blah, blah. And I bought books, and I've read books about this topic. One of the things that really surprised me was in that show, in that episode, they said that tobacco, in the year that they made the show, generates $1 billion. I think they misspoke. They said $1 billion a year in taxes. So, being that we have AI, I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That just doesn't sound right. So, I asked Grok. I'm like, Grok, does tobacco generate $1 billion worth of taxes a year? And they're like, no, that's not possible. So I had a nice conversation with Grok, and we're going to check and take a look at that in the news. But what we ended up determining, thank you. What we ended up determining is that it doesn't generate that in taxes alone. It generates that in economic activity. Because you have to take in a look at all the tobacco manufacturers' profits, cash flow that they get in from selling stuff, right? All the jobs that they create, and the people that they pay. That's economic activity and cash flow generated because of them being in existence. You have your taxes, you have your licensing fees, you've got your excise taxes and duties. You've got your international trade and the tariffs that are applied to that. It's just like...
To round it up at your overhead, isn't it?
Normally as, THR advocates, we talk about, the advocates that are out there, the antis, how much do they make? There's 10,000 of them here in the United States, spread across universities and public health orgs and all this other stuff. But if something were to come along, and this is one of the conversations I had with Grok, if something were to come along that would completely eliminate any potential harm from consuming nicotine, what would happen? If I invented something that was not a vape, it was safer than a vape, and let's just say that, for purposes of the show, for this thought, bubble, that let's say it was a nebulizer, like an albuterol nebulizer that asthmatics use to inhale their medication, right? Their albuterol medication. What if I did the same thing for nicotine? And you got all the wonderful flavor of it, and you got to maintain the same form factor that we're used to now with our vapes. But there was no harm from it whatsoever because it was never heated up. They used compressed air to nebulize it so that you could breathe it in, just like a cigarette.
Would still ban it. For the simple
You'd be surprised.
fact.
You'd be surprised.
For the simple,
We're going to go down this rabbit hole later on, but you would be surprised.
I would say they'd ban it for the simple fact of the
nailed
tobacco.
it exactly what the frick would happen. Who would be opposed to it? And then you go, well, that's exactly what's happening to vaping.
Exactly.
And would you be surprised to find out that it suggested, are you sure you want to roll this out in the United States? You sure you don't want to roll it out in some other country?
But it ain't going to work where you are.
That's how ass backwards the FDA is, and the whole PMTA process, and the legislations that are bought. Which, this is why we got to get to it. We got to get to the news and stop just talking about it here. We got to get to the news, because would it surprise you to find out that, you know, all these PMTA registry bills that are trying to be passed in the states? Would it surprise you to find out that Big Tobacco is sending their minions out there to little corner stores and stuff, and using that corner store's name to back the ban of vaping?
Really? There's a surprise, eh?
News just in. According to William Dobson, Kenny isn't allowed to use his hog because of the wife. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
That's a reason to have a news flash. Anyway, here's the news bumper.
News just in. According to Vaping Bic, hello Cloudheads, vape life matters. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Woohoo! Knock on wood. The only thing I changed was the refresh rate of the monitor as far as, you know, OBS is concerned. And everything seems to be working the way it's supposed to. Unlike in Arizona, where e-cigarette sellers, your little corner shops and, you know, gas stations and convenience stores that are illegally selling disposable vapes on their counters are saying that Big Tobacco misrepresented the proposed Arizona flavored vape ban to them and are misrepresenting them to the elected officials in the state. What a concocted scheme of ridiculousness this is.
Holy
You won't believe it, dude. Several Arizona sellers of vapes claim that representatives of Big Tobacco Company made them appear as if they supported a bill that would ban flavored nicotine vaporizer devices, aka disposable vapes, that they sell on their counter, which they consider a lucrative source of income because, well, people want to buy it. So they're not a tobacco store. I mean, they sell cigarettes, so they figure they might as well sell vapes too. Who cares what the FDA says is good or not good, right? Well, Casey Shanda, the manager of Adobe Wine and Liquor in Fountain Hills, was among those who told the Arizona Republic that they feel duped by Big Tobacco. According to Shanda, a representative for tobacco giant Altria showed up at his shop offering a list of flavored vapes that would be banned under the bill being proposed in the state legislature. Shanda explained that he was told he had to sign something to receive a list from Altria. The next day, he saw that his store was officially registered on the legislature's website as being in support of the PMTA registry bill. The legislation would allow only the 34 vape devices authorized for sale by the FDA, which are all made by Big Tobacco, and ban essentially anything else in the world. Well,
Shit.
She's like, I never signed up for this. She flipped out and called his Marlboro rep. I said, why the fuck would I want to stop selling these vapes? Do you know how much money I make on disposable vapes? Well, this store is one of nearly 40 liquor and convenience stores that's signed for Senate Bill 1603 in the legislature's Request to Speak system, which allows people to add their names and affiliations to support or to oppose the bill. The system helps lawmakers decide how popular this bill is and how much opposition there is. Well,
Thank you.
including Shanda, 4 of 5 store owners or managers of liquor and convenience stores contacted the Arizona Republic and said that they did not sign up for this. And, well, Altria got their hand caught in the cookie jar and obviously did not respond to this newspaper asking for comment about the incident that they've been orchestrating to misrepresent these people to the legislature to try and get the PMTA bill passed. It's an apparent ruse that highlights the pressure and strong emotions that have grown for both sides of the vape debate in recent days. Millions of dollars are at stake for each side, let alone the people that are smokers that could easily quit smoking if they actually try to vape.
That's crazy.
And Brett Whitney summed it up best. That's real fucked up.
That's his
Straight up fucked up.
You've signed up for this. No, I haven't. Yes, you have. No, I fucking haven't. Yes, you fucking have.
Why would you sign up to ban the most profitable thing in your store?
It's like, doesn't make sense, does it? Like, they're not using fucking AI, are they? Like, with all this fucking Windows malarkey. AI, you did.
Let me be blunt, and without using names, we have Senate leadership that said, we're okay with breaking the law. And we have House leadership saying, it's okay that we're breaking the law. Meanwhile, the bill's obviously going to ban everything except for the 34 Big Tobacco shitty-ass vapes from 2015.
Yeah, the crap.
And the bill allows for penalties between $500 and $1,500 for each item every single day that it is still offered for sale by retailer, a distributor, a wholesaler, and the importer. And they're all subject to that fine.
It's fucking crazy, man.
And this has been this way since before the Civil War in this country. In the Discord server, every week before the show, I post a preview of what the topic's going to be for the vlog, right? So last week, I was thinking about, all this stuff that I saw. I saw this episode on the History Channel. I saw a Frontline report from PBS, and it just got the juices flowing. And I'm like, wait a minute here. This is kind of the same shit that's been going on for hundreds of years. Yeah. Literally Hundreds of
Nothing's
years.
changed, man. Nothing's
During
changed.
the Civil War, the South had tobacco because that's what they grew, right? That was their cash crop. The North had food and coffee. And guess what would happen in the middle of the night? The South and the North would send representatives of their battalion to meet in the woods to exchange tobacco for coffee and food in the middle of the war.
Yeah, they traded. Yeah, that's so true.
This country was founded on tobacco. Our founding president, Washington, had tobacco grown in his fields.
America was bought and paid for years ago, centuries ago. It was bought and paid for
by tobacco. Tobacco was currency before the dollar even existed.
Yeah.
This is nothing new. And you wonder why when you develop something that is 95 to 99% less harmful than cigarette smoking, why on God's green earth are so many people opposed to it? So this guy right there is in this episode of the History Channel.
Well,
History of tobacco.
Touching on what you've said, how do you think the UK ended up with tobacco? Because I think it was Sir Walter Raleigh went to the Americas, and what did he bring back from Americas? Tobacco and potatoes. And there you go.
Exactly.
This is not anything new. Riley. Yeah.
And it's to the point where 1.3 billion people on the planet, a third of the world's adult population smoked or consumed tobacco every single day of their lives.
And I mean, it wasn't just cigarettes. That pipe was pipe tobacco back in the day, wasn't it? Like the pipes, pipe tobacco was big, wasn't it?
Yes, multiple forms of tobacco. You not only had, long before cigarettes only came around because of the cigarette rolling machine. Yeah. Before that, most of it was pipe tobacco. And they also had...
Like 40s, 30s, 40s. Was it 30s? No, 20. I'd say the 20s when the cigarettes started to appear because you had all the other cigarette holders and shit.
Yep.
Before then, it was
you had pouches. They were snorted. They used to have the little finely ground tobacco, and they would... Just like, people snort cocaine, tobacco. They were snorting tobacco.
Yeah, they're chewing tobacco. The cowboys with the spittoon, chewing the tobacco. Ding! Remember that?
If you haven't seen this episode of Modern Marvels, I highly recommend it. It is really enlightening to the whole history of it. And, Modern Marvels always puts together an awesome display, and they keep it interesting the whole time, right? But I was shocked.
Put the link in
some of the things I already knew.
Check it out.
Some of the things I already knew, but some of the things it was just like, do you know that there are more in China, where all these vapes come from? There are more cigarette smokers in China than the United States has population.
Easy.
There are more cigarette smokers in China than there are people in the United States.
I would imagine that could probably apply maybe to India as well, because that's a highly populated country and all. And they're a big smoking country.
Yeah. This is ridiculous, dude. Philip Morris, $4.6 billion in profits in 2005 when this was produced.
Holy shit.
Philip Morris International in 2025 made $7 billion. They changed their name, but the money's still flowing and it's getting bigger and bigger. Altria in 2005 made $10.4 billion. Who used to be called... They're playing musical chairs with their names. In 2025, they made it $11.3 billion.
But that's how they kind of get away with it, because they'll change the name for tax purpose, or they'll change the name for a business purpose. I mean, you get company directors who've got a business, they'll get up the tits in debt, they'll shut it down, and then they'll start another company in a different fucking name and just carry on. Same thing with tobaccos, but they're not just shutting them down, they're just changing the name.
Yeah. And there's, like I said, there are more Chinese smokers, 300 million, than there are citizens of the United States. Over 300 million.
Wow.
There's just so much of it. There's so much of it that I thought I knew, and so much of it that was like, holy cow. I didn't know half of a cigarette was made of reconstituted tobacco that isn't tobacco. It's essentially shredded paper. If you look on the thumbnail for this week's episode, you'll see the inside of a cigarette opened up. I always wondered that. How is it that they can take cigarettes and make them using tobacco and get the cuts perfectly parallel with each other? How is it possible to get parallel strips of tobacco? What kind of machine can accurately slice that up and it doesn't crumble? They're always exactly like 1.5 millimeters in width.
Yeah.
Every once in a while you get a little stem here that would poke through your paper or whatever. But the majority of the inside filler of a cigarette was always consistent. Well, it's because it's not tobacco that you're looking at. You're looking at paper. Recon tobacco. Mm-hmm. And this show talks about how they make that as a slurry. They take all the freaking shit that they sweep off the factory floor. They dump it into a vat, right? And then they take all these recycled cigarettes that are past their expiration date and are too dry or too stale or whatever, and they dump that into there. And it's just like they make paper. They create a slurry. All these tobaccos leach out all of the stuff that's inside them. Then they add a bunch of things to it, like ammonia. And the purpose of the ammonia is only to increase nicotine absorption. There's tobacco documents that have already been released that admit that. The only reason they add ammonia to this recon is to increase the nicotine absorption.
It's crazy, isn't it, man?
Anyway, highly recommend you check this one out. It baffled me how much information was out there. Like, we all kind of talk about this from time to time, but in 1950, half of the adult population in the United States smoked. Half of the country were smokers in 1950. Now we're down to like 15%.
Exactly. Holy shit. Like I said, tobacco was a thing in its day, wasn't it? It was cool to have a cigarette. You're cool, you look cool, all the movie stars look cool, and now it's frowned upon.
But there it is right there, man. All that reconstituted, used up, factory floor, sweeped up tobacco parts, all the recycled packs of cigarettes that didn't sell and dried up or were nasty, gets dumped into a vat that they sit there and they mix it all up. Here's another question for you. How many strains of tobacco go into the average cigarette in the United States or UK?
God, strains, Jesus. Well, judging with all the fucking with that, I would say 30, 35 off the top of my head.
There's essentially 3 strains of tobacco that go into
it,
right?
Oh, I was way off.
You've got your flue cured, which is exactly like it sounds like. They take the tobacco leaves, right? And then they take them and they clamp them all together and they put them into a barn with controlled ventilation and heating to drop the moisture down to dry these things out. You've got burley tobacco, which are the big, massive tobacco leaves that you're usually seeing if you see any kind of reports about tobacco where they're showing farmers. And then you've got a blend that's called Oriental. There's a reason why so much of the tobacco that's grown in the United States gets exported to India, and why so much of the tobacco leaves in India gets imported into the United States, and why they're still subsidizing tobacco farmers, even though that was supposed to have been done away with a long time ago.
Yeah.
And that combination of flue-cured and burley and Oriental tobacco only make up half of what goes into the cigarette. The rest are add-ons. Reconstituted tobacco is the one we talked about, where they take stripped stems, offal, which is the tobacco dust swept up from the factory floor. That's what they call it in the documents, is offal. They even have a word for it because they don't want you to know that, it's essentially the shop factory sweep up that gets dumped into this vat. It's not reclaimed tobacco. Reclaimed tobacco is expired cigarettes sent back to the factory, and they dump all this reclaimed tobacco into a massive mixing thing. And as the tobacco drops into these mixers, there's grinders inside there and impellers. And it's essentially like steeping a big tea bag to leach everything out of the tobacco products that you dumped into there. Right?
If it's dried out, it'll be like a rehydration, make it moist again as well. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So all of this concentrated chemicals are soluble and then pumped into another tank, and then they use that to make what's called mother liquor, which is the steeped reconstituted tobacco. You have diammonium phosphate, urea, ammonium hydroxide, chocolate is added into the reconstituted tobacco. So your cigarette has chocolate flavoring in there that isn't inherent to tobacco. So why are we applying a standard to vaping products? It's got to be a tobacco flavor. If there's a characterizing flavor, it has to be tobacco flavor. Well, part of the tobacco flavor that is accustomed to a smoker requires chocolate and buttercream. That's part of half of a cigarette.
Wow.
And
so
that right there, folks, brings us to the Supreme Court hearing that you've been hearing people talk about. And it brings us to this essential laws that we got to follow, right? Tobacco product standards. It's codified in the federal statutes. And when we take a look at one, started at the beginning, A, the general statute, the special rules, and the special rules for cigarettes. This was modified recently, beginning 3 months after June 22nd, 2009, a cigarette or any of its component parts, including the tobacco, the filter, and the paper, shall not contain as a constituent, including in a smoke constituent, or additive, an artificial or natural flavor other than tobacco or menthol, or any recognizable herb or spice, including strawberry, grape, orange, clove, cinnamon, pineapple, vanilla, coconut, licorice, cocoa, chocolate, cherry, or coffee. That is a characterizing flavor of the tobacco product. Nothing in this subparagraph shall be construed to limit the Secretary's authority to take action under this section, blah, 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 or other sections, or is applicable to menthol or any other artificial or natural flavor, herb, or spice that is not specified. So pomegranate is okay. So's tea. I've got 750 ingredients here. You've just eliminated 12. So the rest of them are okay? And by the way, this only applies to cigarettes. It doesn't apply to cigars. They tried to apply it to cigars, but the lobbyists fought back and said, no, you're not taking that away from us.
Yeah.
And for pipe tobacco, when you order a tin of pipe tobacco, it tastes like everything except the tobacco leaf.
That's true.
Because they coat it with all kinds of sugars and molasses and honey and all kinds of delicious flavorings, which are all the same artificial flavorings we use to make our e-liquid.
Exactly.
So
double standards,
how is it that the Supreme Court could have sent everything back to the Fifth Circuit when everybody was like, listen, vaping is so much more important? Well, first off, most people, when they looked at the Supreme Court hearing, they didn't realize that they were only arguing about administrative law. It wasn't about whether vapes can help people or not help people, or whether it hurts teens or doesn't hurt teens. It was simply about whether the FDA can play a surprise switcheroo, and, well, that doesn't really matter, because if they do play a surprise switcheroo and they were going to come up with the same results even if they didn't play surprise switcheroo, then, well, technically their decision process was harmless, so we're not going to intervene anyway. But that's not what happened at the Supreme Court hearing. I went so far as to asking Google, what is the definition or the meaning of characterizing flavor? Because that's essentially what boils down in that whole legislative section, characterizing flavor. Well,
yeah,
it's the primary recognizable flavor, your initial flavor that you get when you take a vape, right? Or if you put the name of a flavor on a box, well, you're characterizing it for the customer. Doesn't matter what it actually tastes like.
Yeah, because some of it doesn't.
So playing devil's advocate, we could create an e-liquid that was called punchy tobacco or oriental tobacco. And who's to say that it isn't a tobacco flavor? As long as you don't recognize it as a prohibited flavor, like strawberry or whatever was listed there. If it tastes like a bunch of different things, well, then it's no longer that one thing. Right?
I see where you're coming from. Like,
if they banned red and you saw orange, well, that's not red. It has red in it, but it's not red. It's orange.
Yeah.
It's mainly yellow. But it's not yellow. It's orange.
Orange, yeah. Jesus.
Well, when you're talking about food, this is normal. You don't go out and eat just strawberries your whole life. If you can eat strawberries, you're going to eat it as part of something else. A banana split is going to have strawberries on it, right? Strawberry pie is a pie. It's not raw strawberries.
Strawberries and cream, you're dressing it. You're putting something on it.
Would you be surprised to find out that tobacco products, since the dawn of time, have always had fruit and candy flavors to them? Because the most common way that the pioneers consumed tobacco was through a pipe. The Indians consumed tobacco through a pipe.
Yeah.
And to keep the moisture content in there at a satisfactory level, it's always been modified with sugars and all kinds of different things. There's no such thing as just raw tobacco. That was a Winston propaganda move back in the 70s and 80s. Our cigarettes are pure, unmolested tobacco.
Bullshit.
So Google says that the characterizing flavor is the primary recognizable taste or aroma that a food or tobacco product is known for. And if you represent that wordage on your product packaging or advertising or your label, well, then that's considered a classifying, characterizing flavor. However, cigars with tobacco as their characterizing flavor are not subject to this proposed product standard, and that's why when you go into a gas station, you can buy grape cigars. Bubblegum, pineapple, and all these other ones. Although the FDA likes to muddle the waters and say, well, there's only tobacco flavored, there's non-flavored and there's unflavored. Bullshit. That argument is subjective. And if it doesn't meet the definition that we found out there for characterizing flavor, then you're full of crap. So that brings us to the FDA versus wages and white line and how it ended up going from the Fifth Circuit to the Supreme Court because, well, the Fifth Circuit handed FDA their ass on a plate. And they said that, like Mercurio and Shakespeare, William Shakespeare's play, they sent him on a wild goose chase when there was no goose to be found. What's going on?
Where'd the goosey gander?
There was no goose to be found. And they played this surprise switcheroo, and they're like, man, this is a slam dunk. And everybody, when they actually listened to the Supreme Court, they were like, man, our lawyer got his ass handed to him and didn't know he just dropped the ball. It sounded bad from the get-go. Because the lawyer, I don't know, just had a bad day or wasn't prepared or was overconfident in the situation. And, I mean, it's not like, this thing, hadn't been going on for a long time. Look at all the briefs and changes of venue and postponements and amicus briefs that are put in there by the pros and the cons and the antis and the pro-vape people. And then they actually had the day of the argument where they each had an hour to explain their side and answer questions for the justices. Well,
okay.
This is something that is bigger than just, the whole how does it impact vaping. When Supreme Court takes up a case, they usually set precedent for district courts later on down the road. They're answering judicial law and administrative procedures. And what happens if this situation is going on there? And that's why, despite the fact that all 9 people agreed, this is now a 52-page summary of their decision. 52 pages for a Supreme Court decision. There are forums on Reddit where people that don't care about vaping one way or the other, don't care about tobacco or cigarette smoking, are pulling their hair out going, why on earth would this require 52 pages when all 9 of them agree on it? That should be 5 pages max. Could it possibly be because in this 52 pages of this case and their decision, they perhaps told the revealing tale of, well, when you get sent back to the Fifth Circuit, here's how you actually need to win the case. And if you are not, used to this type of reading or intelligent enough to understand the big words that they like to use in these things, this is not something I recommend you go do. I did do it.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
There you go.
That's exactly right. You can't handle the truth. Because on page 24 of the PDF, which is actually page 19, here's the summary of the opinion of the court. Okay?
Okay.
This is the crux of the case. And this also revealed how this case should have been decided and argued and won so that it would have never gotten to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And it goes back to that statute we started off talking about earlier. Because in the statute for the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act, it specifies that the FDA, Center for Tobacco Products, must issue notice and comment rulemaking. The original statute requires that they create rules so that anybody that wants to apply can easily apply for it and meet the requirements of the rules. But they didn't do that. That's why they were arguing. Oh, this is arbitrary and capricious. You gave us guidance, and the guidance told us this and this and this and this. And the Supreme Court didn't even look at that and didn't even phase about the arbitrary and capriciousness. They kind of brushed it off to the side, and they only asked questions like, but looking at this guidance, you could tell that they were all about protecting the kids. And that's the whole point of when you go before the Supreme Court. They've already kind of made up their mind. They just have a couple loose ends that they want to tie up. And, well, your answer can flip their opinion of the situation. Or if you're not prepared and can't give a sufficient answer that puts the frame of the conversation that they're talking about or the question at hand in a new light, well, then they're just going to stick with the mind that they've already made up. That's why it was a unanimous decision. Because regarding the Administrative Procedure Act, it didn't matter. It was harmless. Because even if they didn't fuck up with this arbitrary and capricious changing the standards constantly all the time, you're going to still end up in the same boat because nobody bothered to say, none of our products are ever going to be picked up by teens, and this is how we prevented it. And you can't say it was in your marketing plans because that by itself wasn't enough. You needed science to back it up. And it just wasn't provided. However, the nice thing is here, and I don't want to get too deep into this, okay? But the essence of this is that the Tobacco Control Act requires FDA to exercise its authority through this process making, this rulemaking process of public commenting, and essentially had the FDA said, okay, if you want to make an e-liquid, this is the shit you can't put in it. This is what you must do to get your product, authorized on the market. But that's not what they did. They created a whole bunch of things, and they wanted everybody to submit their own thing. And if you sold 10 different variations of the same product, you had to submit 10 applications. Or you could submit one application and tie them all together and say, well, this is where they differ. Otherwise, they're exactly the same. So, essentially, this all boils down to the fact that these people are selling their products because it's tied up in adjudication. And guess what? It's still tied up in adjudication. The Supreme Court sent it back to the Fifth Circuit. But it also told them, address this issue of the fact that there was no rulemaking process in deciding how to create a PMTA application. Therefore, maybe you should challenge it on those grounds. And then we'll be seeing you guys again in 2 years when things don't work out the way that, anybody really wants it. Anyway.
Fucking Bella.
It just really shocked me because it was like they needed to set up product standards. And if they would have set up product standards that everybody could have complied with to submit a PMTA application, well, then the FDA could have processed millions of applications instead of doing them one by one, requiring everybody to come up with the science, even though they already know. Brian King, MPH, already said, as a product class, ends are much safer than combustible tobacco.
But I think, do you not think they kind of done the PMTA deliberately, that overcomplicated it just to make it so it would drag out or the would.
So that the only people that they could afford this whole laborious process and last were people like NJOY and the big tobacco companies. And the funny part is you can actually look at NJOY's review and their summary for their PMTA and see exactly how they did it. What exactly testing-wise did they do, and what kind of science was shaping the FDA's authorization of this product? And then once it got authorized, well, then obviously Big Tobacco is like, let's buy you out. I don't care what you want for it. You want $100 billion, $200 billion, $1 trillion? We'll pay it because eventually we're going to make more money than it's going to cost us to buy you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're Big Tobacco. But it tells you right here, appropriate for the protection of public health. How did they get their marketing orders granted? Well, Information's out there. Sure, some of it's redacted, but the majority of it's available for anybody that wants to complete a PMTA and get the FDA to go, oh, yeah, sure, you can have it. Matter of fact, all of the documents for those that have successfully passed this artificially complex and bizarrely mundane, repetitive PMTA application can see what has worked and what hasn't worked. And it's not just the decision, but like the environmental assessment. What happens if somebody goes out and buys your, shitty Kenny's custard, and that's why they thought it was shitty, so they threw it in the railroad tracks on the way home out the window? What happens to the environment when that bottle of liquor gets run over by the train?
Don't shit you about my custard, you bastard. What an example.
Well, you can take a look at NJOY and see what the NJOY device has an environmental risk associated with it and the battery that's in there. And so does their pods. And so do their liquids that are in the pods. So you want to get one, you can do it. But you better have a lot of money. Because right now we're knee deep in the shit between FDA and big tobacco. And this has nothing to do with mother liquor, which is molesting half of a cigarette. So my next question is, what is a tobacco flavor?
Oh.
Describe tobacco flavor for me. Can you come up with some adjectives to describe what would be if I sent you a liquid and you would say, oh, that's a tobacco liquid? What would make it a tobacco liquid?
But a lot of tobacco liquids that are out there aren't tobacco as such, they're flavored. But you can tell some of the flavors, like they've got like that burley leaf flavor. They haven't got that like background flavor, but it's not like a tobacco that you would associate with having a cigarette. That tasting of the cigarette, it's the actual flavor of the leaf is what you're getting, rather than the replication of having a cigarette.
So you're basically describing it as in when you open up a cigar and you smell it,
yeah,
it's that bitter kind of nicotine odor, the earthy, nutty, astringent, almost coffee or quinine-like characteristic to a cigar. A natural hand-rolled,
yeah,
high.
That's the kind of flavor most
cigar.
tobacco flavors are. Yeah, they're more like the leaf, or they're not replicating or simulating the tobacco taste when you smoke.
But only the rich people could afford cigars back in the day. It was all loose leaf. It was chew and it was pipe tobacco. And then once you get into that characteristic, well, my brain goes, a tobacco flavor is menthol, mint, wintergreen, fruit, chocolates, vanillas, honey, candy, cocoa, cherry, dessert. Think of all the different kinds of flavorings that a premium pipe tobacco would be made of. Is that not a tobacco flavor?
Well, you could look at it that way, yeah.
All of those flavors have, since the dawn of time, been tobacco flavors. Like I said, especially for the pipe tobacco, and even for some cigars, especially the cheaper cigars. Especially the ones that are not hand-rolled. They're essentially ground up tobacco, and it's essentially a big, massive, fat, chunky cigar that is actually nothing more than a cigarette without a filter.
Not
Exactly
a Cuban.
The El Cheapo cigars that are especially flavored with like pineapples and stuff like that people use to make blunts are filled with the same filler, mother liquor, that is used to make modern cigarettes, because it's cheap as fuck to use reconstituted mother liquor sprayed on a paper mill that can evenly slice up your reconstituted tobacco to look the way it does when you open up a cigarette. Pretty wild, eh?
True, yeah.
Bunch of shit you never thought you would ever learn about tobacco. You gave that shit up? You don't want to know about this anymore?
Yeah. So what?
Here's what I thought that some
So what?
Vaping Bic is here earlier, right? He's got family in France, right? This, I think, it was pretty interesting. The French word for tobacco is tabac, right?
Mm.
Do you know that that is also synonymous with perfume?
Mm.
So now we're not limiting ourselves to just food flavors, but a whole assortment of other things like your favorite and my favorite, musk. The sweat off of a deer's testicles.
There's nothing favorite about that. Like, you like it, we don't.
I don't like it. Granny's atomizer? No. So let's get back to this whole mother liquor that they used and, they created and sprayed on and all this stuff, right? You essentially have steeped reconstituted tobacco. You have diammonium phosphate, you have urea, you have ammonium hydroxide, chocolate, butter fat, which is a component of chocolate. So then essentially the chocolate breaks down to cocoa and butter fat. You also have something that we use in our vaping, glycerol. We have vegetable glycerin, but they have the glycerol. Like if you were to take your local restaurant oil and tried to make biodiesel out of it, you would add a chemical to that restaurant oil after you filtered it and cleaned it and heated it up. You would add a chemical to it, and out of that oil, you would get glycerol. Like, you used to have glycerol tablets you could take when you were a child that they used to have medicine in there. You could take it for constipation, but they had other medicines that they would use and give you as a suppository. Those were in glycerol capsules. Well, that glycerol is also sprayed on tobacco leaves to make reconstituted. It's part of the mother liquor recipe. And there's a whole host of other chemicals that they use to manipulate mother liquor to come out with a consistent amount of nicotine per gram of that mother liquor created reconstituted tobacco. And they use the ammonium and the ammonium hydroxide to increase the nicotine absorption when you take that recon tobacco and you burn it. They also modify the harshness of the smoke. Did you ever have a family member, like, your grandpa or grandma that used to smoke the original Camel unfiltered cigarettes when it was made out of just tobacco back in the day?
We never had Camel as such over here. It was more ours were like Embassy cigarettes, but the ones without filters, which were pure cancer sticks, and you had to have lungs like lead to smoke them, were called Woodbines. And
because how harsh it was.
Yeah, there was no filter in them. Jesus Christ. Oh, it hurt. It really did. It hurt smoking one of them.
It did, because they needed to modify how hot the cigarette got when you burned it. Just raw tobacco shredded and ground and rolled into a cigarette was hot. You get the same kind of scalding you get on a dry hit. Except it was out of a cigarette that didn't have filters, didn't have modifiers, like all these chemicals that are in there. And guess what that cigarette had? Or should I say, what the modern cigarette has that one didn't? MAOIs.
I mean, the strongest filtered cigarette I would say was Benson and Hedges. That was a very, Jesus. Yeah.
Oh, we had Benson and Hedges here.
Oh, well, they were strong. They were bad.
I wish I would get scientists to listen to me and listen to us when we talk about how easy it is to quit smoking with vaping compared to, all the other pharmaceutical products, the pills, patches, gums, the acupuncture, the hypnosis, all that other shit that didn't actually work because it didn't actually look at the holistic situation of a cigarette smoker loving every puff of a cigarette.
Can you remember back in the day on old cigarettes, the only kind of like, there was no like health warnings on what there is now, but there was always your tar level, low tar, medium tar. They always had that on the cigarette boxes, the tar levels. No,
That was
health about tar.
That was Big Tobacco's initial response to when the United States Surgeon General finally admitted, after how many years of the British health agencies saying that this shit's going to kill you if you keep using it.
It was 10 years, 10 or 11 years. That's right. 10 or 11 years before the penny dropped.
Well, they look at that as a marketing opportunity for Big Tobacco back in the day, because they looked at it and go, listen, we pointed back the bad, evil enemy in our cigarettes are the tar. So we're going to come out with all these fancy filters to filter out the tar. And now we have cigarette machines, and the FDA's first thing was we can control how much tar you're allowed to have in a cigarette. And what did the cigarette companies do? They poked a bunch of holes in all their filters. Multiple rows of them, because they knew that they would pass the machine test. They would have less than 1.2 milligrams of tar per pack of cigarettes.
But that
Only
was
if you
one of
used
the
it in a
biggest
machine.
killers. That was one of the biggest killers, because when you seen a lung of a person was black off the tar off the cigarette, that was the tar used to clog your lungs up. You know what I mean?
And you used to increase the amount of tar you actually got out of a cigarette, because you would instinctively hold the cigarette right where those holes were. You blocked off most of those freaking holes when you held a cigarette.
Yeah. Oh, lovely that.
Because it also gave you more nicotine. But it didn't just give you more nicotine. It also gave you more MAOIs, monoamine oxidase inhibitors, otherwise sold by Big Pharma today as an antidepressant. Every time you smoked a cigarette, you were medicating yourself with antidepressants and didn't even know it. It isn't the nicotine that makes it so addictive. It isn't the ammonia that they put into that recon to make the nicotine absorption so much faster why you were so addicted to it. Because if it was, the patches would work. The sprays would work. The lozenges would work. There was more that we were addicted to, and it was the MAOIs. And this is nothing new.
Because it makes sense, because you know yourself, when you were stressed at work or you need to unwind, what do you have? Cigarette.
You had a cigarette.
Chilled you out.
To feel better.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of science out there, especially now. And we also have specific studies that are done just about the MAOIs in tobacco and tobacco smoke. And you get in knee deep in the woods in the science, and you come to realize that's why I kept failing every time I tried to quit. And why the most successful way using only pharmaceutical products to quit smoking is a combination of an antidepressant and a nicotine replacement therapy product.
So that brings into question, in my eyes, if you've obviously got all them MOEIs in, right? Which with the addiction, that brings into question, is the nicotine really as addictive as everybody's making it out to be? Is nicotine actually an addictive substance as such as the way
I have the same freaking question, because of all the science that I've ever read, I have never, ever come across a scientific study where somebody was given a nicotine patch and did a study for 8, 10, 12 weeks, 6 months. And after the study was over, they were a nicotine addict because they wore a patch for 6 months. It's not as addictive as they'd like you to think it is.
Yeah.
And it's even proven further when you look at Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, that they just published a beautiful scientific study. And guess what they used to treat all the poor teenagers that got addicted to a nicotine vape? They gave them an app. An app to quit smoking. Except they weren't smoking, they were vaping. So they gave them an app to quit nicotine vaping, and it was 80% successful. What? It can't be that addictive as it was for us to quit smoking.
Nah.
What's the difference? There it is right there.
It's like you said, you hit the nail on the head. That's why NRT replacement doesn't work, because the other drugs that were in the cigarette that done all the calming down and got you fucking chilled was what works. So they need to put some MEIOs. They need to put some of them MEIOs in the patches and they'll fucking work.
Isn't it funny how YouTube's chat box crashed? Twitter's chat box just says that we're not online, even though when I go to Twitter and I actually open up the stream, I can type in chat there and it sends a message. Anyway.
Yeah, combined chat was non-responsive for a while, but it's just responded to William Dobson's iFlip.
Yeah, because I looked up and I'm like, oh, our chat crashed. Reload the page. Now we're once again, by default, top chat, not live chat.
Put the live. There you go. It's back to normal now. That's why I was kind of glancing over to the. Yeah, that's why I was kind of glancing over the stream just to try and keep up with some of the chat, you know.
And Twitter still says that Hunky Vape is not live, even though I am. Whatever. The science is biological active compounds present in tobacco smoke, potential interactions between smoking and mental health. What? Somebody did a study about cigarette smokers and tried to answer the question, why are all these people that are depressed or have really stressful jobs, like lawyers and firemen and, you know, everybody that gets freaking stressed out, kitchen cooks, line workers in the kitchens. Why are so many of them smokers?
According to William Dobson, it only took 70 years for Newcastle to win the cup. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
He won't let that go, mate.
No, he's not having it. I'm just reveling in it. I'm just reveling in it, mate.
Well, there's over 8,000 compounds present in tobacco or tobacco smoke. And that's a lot of different studies to do in order to figure out what the actual effect of each one of those is on the person. But we do know that the easiest correlation that you can come up with here is the MAOIs, because MAOIs are sold in numerous different brand names by pharmaceutical companies for people that have depression and have nothing to do with smoking or nicotine.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, you know, when all this stuff comes to light, how we've been cheated, conned.
We've been conned for decades. And if it wasn't for the Master Settlement Agreement, we could sue Big Tobacco for it. Because I'm sure they knew this shit decades ago, probably before we even picked up a cigarette.
Of course it is. That's why the MSA came in, because they knew that shit kills you, and they didn't want to fucking take responsibility for it. Simple as. Because they would have been bankrupt.
Tobacco smoke is a very complex beast. So I get why it took so long for people to figure this shit out. But looking at this study, for certain we know that by 2008, 8,430 chemical components have been identified and published in multiple scientific studies.
But again, like, you know, as science moves on and gets more better, then obviously they're going to uncover more and more things we didn't know about, you know, generally anything, you know, the techniques and all, you know, like, for example, DNA, you know, we never even known about that, but now they can take DNA samples from a crime scene and identify it. You know, all this shit has moved on so fast as well. So they're able to dig deeper into all the shit that's given us death, shall we say, or killing us, shall we say.
Yeah. The problem is, like anything, you could have Merlin the Magician, who have wrote a book eons ago, if it's sitting on a library somewhere and nobody reads that book, is that knowledge even imparted into society or in the modern science, in the way of thinking? When they're all focused on what are the harms of vaping, that's all we're studying. Most of these scientists that are studying vaping don't even fucking know fundamental tobacco science, except what they've been taught, and they conflate the two together, and they're trying to find harms in vaping that don't exist because the constituents that were required to make that harm is only present in actual tobacco and only when you light it on fire.
Again, you've kind of hit the nail on the head again. So it's like how much of these studies, even maybe by the tobacco companies and not independent scientists, have not been available to the public there. Like you said, they're sitting on the shelf next to Merlin's book, and they never will be available to the public because it'll incarcerate them into whatever evil deeds or whatever they've been up to in the past.
Mate, I've read so much science that I now know when I read the science and look at who the authors were, I know whether this is going to be a pro, a neutral, or an anti-vaping paper. Right? And it's pretty shocking when even I recognize a pro-vaping author that took part of the study or funded it or was like coordinating it, and they come up with something that utterly preposterous because even our own side isn't listening to us. And I questioned that person, and I had to go through somebody else because when I questioned that person, he ignored me. And then I questioned it from another person and said, how do we go about get this study retracted? And he's like, well, you don't want the study retracted. That benefits us. I says, it's bullshit science because you look at the raw data, the devices that they were using, people were taking 15, 20, and 30-second long puffs. That's bullshit science. I don't care what the result is. It's not fucking possible. Can you take a 30-second inhale?
I can't even do that breathing.
Could you take a 15-second inhale?
Oh, nah. No way.
No. Let alone have an average time of 15 seconds. Bullshit. The average puff duration is 1 to 5 seconds max.
Just a quick one. Alex, Robert Lloyd said, Alex, can you put the Discord address in for Matthew? There is a Discord.
It's in the description of the video.
It's in. If you go down the description, look at the Discord information. It should be.
There's a link
there, mate. You can get in
to the Discord.
There's a link there. Yeah, it's in the description. Buddy.
And then when you get to the Discord server, you have to click the green checkbox on the rules page. Once you click that green checkbox, it'll open up the Discord server, and you'll see all the different things you can put stuff in, like your dad jokes and your hand checks and your pep picks. And
I think that's what he's trying to do is post a hand check. I think that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. All right, a couple little things left to finish up here before we get done with the news for today, which is actually more of a tobacco history learning situation and me venting about the science and how our own fucking advocates don't listen to us in our firsthand experience, and that includes the big tobacco scientists. Bullshit. They know that there's 8,430 chemical components in tobacco and tobacco smoke. They know that there's 1,879 that they both have in the same. Whether you light it on fire or not, it's in tobacco and it's in tobacco smoke. Even in the heat not burn. There's almost 5,000 components in just the tobacco plant alone. There's 5,315 components in tobacco smoke. And it's all because tobacco use is not just tobacco use. You've got this mother's milk, this mother's liquor that is used to spray on the paper that's shredded and burned, and you think it's actually tobacco that you're burning, but it's not. It's paper and a bunch of fucking chemicals, including the shit that they ground up stems and the factory floor sweepings and the expired tobacco products that are all steeped into this new useful liquor that they spray on the paper and come up with this reconstituted tobacco, adding a whole bunch of chemicals along the way to increase your satisfaction as a customer and making you sick in the process.
Make a sick thing about this. Oh, God. All that shit in there.
That's what makes smoking today so much more addictive than it was during World War II, when our own government used to supply GI men cigarettes as part of their normal rations. One more thing that really shocked me. When you look at our thumbnail, not only are the little strips of tobacco inside of a cigarette all exactly the same size, they're also puffed to increase the volume.
Fluffed out.
So not only do they make this reconstituted tobacco, 50% of the cigarette is actual real tobacco blend. 30% is reconstituted tobacco in its raw, shredded state. 20% of that cigarette contains puffed tobacco, where they take this reconstituted tobacco, subject it to carbon dioxide and a bunch of other gaseous forms to create a puff, like your corn puff cereal. What starts out as the size of a nerd is now puffed up into your recognizable pea-sized Kick cereal. Well, they're doing the same thing with this recon tobacco, making puff tobacco as a filler inside of your cigarette. And it doesn't even get into the science of the Maillard reaction. Fundamental science. Tobacco's been augmented for years with sugars. And what happens when you heat a sugar? Well, scientists say it's to mask the bitter taste of the nicotine. I call bullshit there too. It is there to facilitate the Maillard reaction, which gives even more complex flavor profiles than a simple tobacco flavor. Mm-hmm. That same browning, non-enzymatic browning reaction that occurs between amino acids and sugars at high temperatures that makes your steak so mouth-wateringly juicy when you see those grill marks on there also is taking place inside of a cigarette when you light it on fire and burn it. It creates a whole bunch of complex flavors and aromas that you cannot say is a tobacco flavor.
Yeah.
And when you try and translate that into a vape, well, that's why the tobacco e-liquids have like 15, 20, 30 ingredients in them to try and replicate it.
That's so true. Oh. That's
Meanwhile,
so true.
An apple juice vape has apple juice flavor in it. And a little bit of sugar. That's not sugar. We use artificial sugars because you don't want the Maillard reaction because it gunks up your coils. The best e-liquids are the ones that don't gunk up your coils. So that's why they've advanced a lot of the vaping liquids to using neotame because it's 6,000 times more sweet than sugar. So you got to use 1/6,000th as much to get the same sweetness as sugar. And it won't gunk up your coils, which means they can now come out with disposables that have 50,000 puffs on it. And all they did to get to 50,000 was have 3 coils in there. And the chip on there automatically fires this one this time, then this one, then this one. And if your puff is longer than a second, then it automatically switches in the middle of your drag to the next coil and then to the next coil. And that's why your coils can give you 50,000 puffs on one device.
So they don't get ganked up. Makes sense.
But this expands the tobacco flavor profile, the characterizing flavor of tobacco, to include things like, you know, when you get a loaf of bread and you have that beautiful brown crust on it? That's because of the Maillard reaction. That wasn't inherent when they put that loaf of bread into the oven. When you take a meat and you put it in the oven and roast it, that brown crust on the outside of the meat, that's because of the Maillard reaction. Marshmallows are the same thing. You roast marshmallows over a fire, a toasted marshmallow, that brown is the Maillard reaction. French fries, coffee, cookies, all of this stuff has flavor compounds and components that are also in cigarette smoke that are all part of the tobacco profile flavor. So don't tell me that you're not allowed to have grapes and strawberries and cocos when all those flavor compounds are represented in a cigarette.
You made us hungry now.
I know, man. That's what happens when you talk about science to a nerd. Can't get enough of it. Meanwhile, scientists nowadays, especially the antis, can't understand why focusing only on nicotine will never result in an easy way for smokers to quit, and why vaping has become the most successful way to quit.
Exactly.
And that doesn't even include talking about how when you actually make a handmade, hand-rolled cigar, they age that tobacco after it's dried for like 6 months before it reaches the ideal humidity, dryness, and just like whiskey put into an oak barrel, a charred oak barrel goes from being ethanol to a beautiful whiskey. It has to breathe and move in and out of that charcoal to transfer some of those vanilla flavors into your whiskey. The same shit happens with tobacco that's made into cigars. Cigar flavored, natural cigar flavors are not the same when you pull the plant out of the field and try and burn a green leaf. No, these are brown, these caramelized, and the sugars that are in the tobacco leaf itself break down to create a whole bunch of other flavors. The starches and the nitrosamines, and they actually take the tobacco leaves and they beat them together to release the nitrosamines that were required to make the beautiful hardy tobacco plant. And, well, when they do that, it naturally converts more sugars naturally in the tobacco leaf. Mm-hmm. So where does the FDA get off saying that it can only be a tobacco characterizing flavor? Bullshit. Yeah, I call bullshit.
It's horse crap.
Just like I called bullshit in 1950, half of the United States population smoked some form of tobacco. And that's when they were like raising the alarms. Lung disease, heart disease, cancer, infections, pneumonia. Right? Well, we're down to 15% and have more cancer, more lung disease, more heart disease, and more infections than ever before. So it isn't just smoking. Jackass.
It isn't just smoking, no.
I won't even get into the whole acetone, formaldehyde, pesticides, arsenic, cadmium, chromium, and all that other crap in there. I would love to have an honest conversation with the scientists to discuss this, because I call bullshit on that crap too. How does it get into the test if it's not in anything?
Yeah.
In a tobacco leaf? Okay, maybe use it as part of your fertilizer. It was in the ground soil. That's how it ended up into the tobacco leaf. But half the freaking tobacco leaf has nothing to do with any of that anyway. It's already been purified because it's not even tobacco. It's paper and mother liquor. And I call bullshit on this whole master settlement agreement too. Inside the History Channel, they said that $206 billion was supposed to be paid to all these agreeing states over 25 years. Well, I asked Grok about this because I did some research on my own, and I was able to find the beautiful website where I got a list of all the states that are part of the Master Settlement Agreement, and they actually list how much money each state got the whole fucking time since the MSA was created. And I got a little problem. History Channel was wrong. Because that number right there is 165 billion, not 206 billion. And that is the numbers up until last fucking year. Up until April of 2024, that's how much the Master Settlement Agreement has paid off from big tobacco to the states. I thought it was supposed to be $206 billion over 25 years, according to the History Channel, as compensation for tobacco-related healthcare costs. And the states are still getting it, yes. Brett?
Yeah.
Absolutely right. But the numbers don't jive. But the numbers do mean something. So we take a look at it. They were expecting $206 billion over 25 years. Except people don't want to fucking smoke cigarettes anymore because vaping came onto the scene. And there's like 16 million of us here in the United States that vape and 120 million vapors all across the globe that don't smoke cigarettes and don't want to pay any more of your tobacco taxes. And that's bad news for New York and California and all these other states that took bonds out on this Master Settlement Agreement that they were expecting to get $206 billion, but sorry, you only got 165 split amongst all the states that agreed to this. So now J.G. Wentworth is a little pissed to pull off and a little disappointed and like, where's our fucking money that you took out and borrowed? You got to pay that back. So I'm like, Grok?
Everybody
How
quit
come the
smoking.
History Channel lied to me? Let's get to the bottom of this, shall we? How much does big tobacco bring in, and tobacco itself bring in, to the federal, state, and local governments, including all forms of cash flows, such as taxes, master settlement agreement payments, fees, licensing, etc.? Like, let's not forget the obvious of big tobacco profits when they sell you the fucking cigarettes. That's economic activity that only exists because they're selling the cigarettes. It's got to be a big chunk of cash, right? So what did Grok say? Well, it said, here's the federal government revenue. In fiscal year 2023, the Treasury collected approximately $11.7 billion from tobacco excise taxes. Well, that's a long way away from $100 billion that they said in the History Channel. And the states, well, they can't be that much. Some states don't charge a cigarette excise tax. Other ones, like New York, not only charge a state tax, but the city of New York makes $1.50 a pack in New York. New York. Then you got the master settlement agreement payments and the total state revenue. You've got local excise taxes. Like I said, city of New York, $1.50 per pack. City of Chicago, Mallory Gates' hometown, with our wonderful Krishnamurthy douchebag that keeps fighting against vaping. Wonder why he's doing it? Might have something to do with the fact that the city of Chicago collects $1.18 per pack. County taxes on top of a pack of cigarettes, on top of the state taxes, on top of the national taxes, all to get smokers to quit. I think that the cash flow is more addictive than nicotine. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Let's combine all those. We got 12 to 14 billion in federal, 26 to 30 billion in state, 2 to 3 billion in local, approximately 40 to 47 billion dollars annually across all levels of government. And you completely left out all the profits of the people that actually make the shit and sell it.
Matthew, if you're struggling with Discord, try the Facebook group or Twitter. Put your posts on there, man.
As soon as the news is over, I'll drop a link in chat, and I will also show you the Discord server so you see what it's supposed to look like. Piece of cake. But here we go. It actually broke it down per state. What are the excise taxes per state? Alabama, 6.675, 67.5 cents per pack of excise tax. Alaska's $2. California's $2.87. Connecticut, $4.35 a pack on top of the federal excise tax. Sorry, Lindsay. Grok did all the work for you. And it said that excise taxes per year is 20, is that million? What are we at? In million. So, this is in million? So that's actually $20,405,000,000 in excise taxes paid to the states alone?
Wow.
Tell me that's not more addictive than nicotine is to the smokers. We got, what, 16, 20 million people in this country that smoke cigarettes? Come up with that kind of cash to hand it over to the state? Because they're trying to do you a favor? What?
Fucking hell, man.
So I showed him. I'm like, okay, Grok, thanks for the numbers, but that's not what this show says. In that video, they state that tobacco generates over $100 billion a year. And it tried to reconcile that and says, okay, well, I gave you everything there was to give you, except maybe that's not talking about just taxes. Maybe that's talking about economic activity in general. So now let's add in the profits of the big tobacco companies. And it legit tried to argue about it. About the claim of the $206 billion over the years, and then it goes, oops, vaping came along and fucked all that up.
Yep.
So the $100 billion per year is implausible for U.S. taxes and likely reflects global taxes or conflation with industry revenue. It's not conflation. It's all part of the same fucking situation. If Altria makes $50 billion a year and you calculated that the taxes are $47 billion, we're almost at $100 billion already. Then you factor in the MSA payments on top of that? Tell me that's not more addictive than nicotine. What a load of malarkey. $300 billion annually in tobacco taxes worldwide, according to the World Health Organization. That's what Grok admitted to me. According to the World Health Organization and the Tobacco Atlas that they put together, they estimate that worldwide, all the governments worldwide collect over $300 billion every fucking year on just tobacco taxes. And that's up from $269 billion in 2016. So it's not hard to believe that the total economic impact of tobacco in the United States is well over $100 billion. And you wonder why they're fighting your vapes? Getting them authorized and available everywhere?
Exactly.
Tobacco cash flow is way more addictive than nicotine. Ain't a doubt in my mind.
Plus, you've also got to satisfy the shareholders of these big tobacco companies as well, because they're going to want the little cut, aren't they?
Yup. Mm-hmm. So I asked Grok, okay, how much does tobacco bring in federal, state, and local governments, including all forms of cash flows, such as, same basically I asked him before. And it gave me the same basic rigmarole. And I kept ending up with the same thing, and I'm like, that just doesn't make any sense to me. You're not telling me the whole picture, and you're trying to, like, conflate the situation to exclude what I wanted you to tell me. I know you have access to this information. Like, I even asked it, who is the best candidate to replace the outgoing Dr. Brian King, right, at the Center for Tobacco Products? Who is going to be the best person in the country that can step up and fill his shoes? And it was like, well, depends on what your priority is for the FDA. Do you want a harm reduction advocate? Maybe somebody like Dr. David Abrams, a public health researcher known for supporting vaping as a smoking cessation tool. And the antis point out the fact that, he did some research for Altria, so therefore he's a industry bought dude, right? Even though long before he did anything with Altria, he always came out for vaping, for harm reduction, as a way to save people's lives. Before he had any contact from Altria. You can go and look at it. Matter of fact, that History Channel report, I think he was in there. If it wasn't that one, it was the Frontline one from PBS, which was actually made years before the Modern Marvels episode was. Then he gave a couple other people, neutral scientists like our good buddy Matthew Farley, who left the FDA Center for Tobacco Products Office of Science to go work for Philip Morris International. So he could come back to the FDA. He's pro-vaping, but he's also in the pocket of Philip Morris International, which in my book is the same name as Altria, even though they're separate corporations.
Pretty much.
It doesn't have a clue. Or we could bring back Michelle Mattal, because she was there before Brian King. The revolving door at FDA, same crap. And I keep talking about it, so I should probably drop the link in there for you. This Frontline episode. This is another one that's worth watching if you haven't seen it already. The Nicotine War, full documentary on Frontline on YouTube. They show that, the Congress and the congressional hearings asking the big tobacco companies, is nicotine addictive? No, nicotine is not addictive. Maybe
Just
they weren't lying.
Shit.
Maybe they knew that it actually wasn't, unless you add the ammonium and the ammonium hydroxide to the Recon and add that to your cigarette to increase nicotine's absorption and actually make it addictive. But then they would have complicit liability in the fact that they intentionally got you addicted to it. So those accusations were true.
But even like you said, the nicotine addiction itself, even if you are addicted to nicotine, it's not a harmful addiction. It's like you said, it's a stimulant the same as coffee. You get coffeeholics, you get coffee connoisseurs. There's nothing said about the caffeine shit that they're fucking doing. So it's a similar thing with nicotine. I can kind of see with again it's an addiction, but it isn't in a sense, is it, when you think about it? Because then you could say, well, you're addicted to coffee. Well, no, I'm just enjoying.
How many of y'all out there can recognize this putz who's no longer at the FDA? Ooh. But he's a young'un here in this Frontline episode from PBS. That's Mitch Zeller.
No way.
Yeah,
really?
That's Mitch Zeller.
Fucking hell. There's not a grey hair on his fucking head in there.
And then there's this schmuck, Mr. Wyden, who's still in fucking office. How long ago is it that we went to flat screen TVs and had the widescreen format instead of the 4x3 format for TVs? This putz is still in office. Nobody voted him out.
Wow.
He's dead. Lost the presidential race. Anyway.
How old's that one? Like, would you say what date was on it?
This was aired in 1995.
95. Yeah.
It's put on YouTube 2 years ago. But it aired on PBS 1995 in April, May, something like that.
But it just goes to show, like, the historic shit like that is still relevant today because nothing's changed. Nothing. You know what I mean? Absolutely nothing's changed.
Where is my link for Grok? I know I have it in here. This one. Is it this one? So I asked Grok, last thing. I asked Grok, what would happen if I came up with a product that gave smokers 100% safe consumption of nicotine, right? And was more enjoyable than any way to consume tobacco known today, including vaping. So it's better than vaping, it's better than cigarette smoking, better than a cigar, better than pipe tobacco. It's the best thing in the whole freaking world for anybody that was ever a smoker. And was 100% safe. What would happen? And I'm going to find this link, or we're going to ask him again today. Ask Grok again today. I know I saved it and copied and pasted it into this notepad. That's so frustrating. I sound like a nut job out here talking about this, and shit just constantly disappearing right before my eyes.
I think Grok's a politician because she doesn't give you a direct answer.
Yeah. Did I perhaps put it on the top of the notepad file? Anyway.
Was that
I don't know where it went.
Really? Brian Ferguson was saying one thing he learned a long time ago is that all those congressional hearings are scripted, with each side having the questions ahead of time, and all they do is reply to each other. Is that right? Jesus.
And they're legit have a script in front of them that they're supposed to basically read, and they submit that as their testimony, and they have up to 2 weeks afterwards to amend it in case they misspeak or something else changes or somebody asks a question that wasn't part of the script. They're essentially nothing but a bunch of actors.
Fucking hell. That's shocking.
What's even more shocking is if you actually watch when they're giving their speeches and watch on C-SPAN and the camera happens to like change angles. There is nobody in the fucking room except for the guy taking minutes and the guy speaking. So who are you actually speaking to?
Exactly. What the fuck?
Who are you convincing of your position on the topic?
Right, yeah. God. That's crazy. That's weird.
That's not it. It's too short. I asked Grok, I'm like, how long would it take for my invention to get authorization from the FDA? And it tried to tell me some BS like, oh, it's like 3 years. You know, worst case scenario might be like 5 years. And then I says, well, what if I met any lawsuits? You know, how much would I need to set aside to cover lawsuits, potential lawsuits of getting my product authorized? And it was like $20 million.
Jesus.
$20 million I would need just for lawyers to get my product that's 100% safe and more enjoyable than any tobacco used today. And it is definitely not in this text file. I find that hard to believe.
That is fucking weird.
Hey, no weirder than any of the other stuff that's happened. Let me make sure I don't have it saved in this Word document just to cover all bases. Nope. YouTube, Rumble. Nope. Mysteriously disappeared, and I'm not going to go through that rigmarole today. We're already at the 2-hour mark.
Fucking hell. That's weird.
So when I did this question with Grok, it actually said that it would take like 20 years to get my product to be 50% used by cigarette smokers to quit and to switch to my product. Jeez. Assuming I had $20 million for the lawyers to fight, Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, which was one of the groups that it said was going to fight it, American Heart Association, American Cancer Society. They said all these organizations that are now fighting vaping would fight my product, my fictional product, that has zero harms, 0.0% harms. It would take me 3 to 5 years to do the science to meet longitudinal cohort studies required by FDA's PMTA process. And in amongst its conversation with me, it actually suggested, are you sure you want to start launching your product in the United States and not a more favorable country?
I love it. A favorable country.
Because I asked them, how many people would die before my product was available for sale?
In other words, it's just saying you've got fucking no chance in the USA, period.
It said more people would die from cigarette smoking while I was trying to get my zero harm, more satisfaction, and more pleasurable nicotine replacement product out there than died in any pandemic in history.
Yeah, because obviously by the time you've went all through these years of fucking science and research and all that shit, not you, the actual people that's researching your product, you would probably fucking die before they even fucking approved it.
And waiting for the FDA to read the shit that I submit and fight the lawsuits from Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids and all of the other body part organizations and everybody else that would be pissed off at me, perhaps even Big Pharma.
It would probably take you a lifetime or more than a lifetime to get it passed, really. Unless you won a big fucking massive lottery and you had billions of dollars to play with, then you might get there a bit quicker by paying somebody off. I can just picture it now. Alex in the house lobbying with these big suitcases of cash. That would be a sight to see, would it not? Be fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I don't know. What can you say? What can you say?
Yeah, so it is here. It is here.
Oh, you've got it.
It was here. I just didn't scroll. I scrolled too far.
Oh, what you like.
Okay, so we'll just go over this one real quick.
Oh, well then.
News. If I were to invent a product today that was more enjoyable, provided nicotine satisfaction to the end user, and the product eliminated all the known harms from tobacco use, what would likely happen? Well, market disruption and adoption. Regulatory response. Well, the FDA would definitely take a look at my shit and not be happy with it. And approval could take 1 to 3 years and cost anywhere from $5 to $20 million based solely on what it's cost so far to get PMTA vapes authorized by Big Tobacco. My product would be taxed, would face federal excise taxes equivalent to $1.1 per pack equivalent, or $12 billion collected annually to replace the cigarettes that people weren't going to fucking buy anymore.
I would charge you for the tabs that nobody's going to buy. That's brilliant, that.
Global variation, I would need to have a Tobacco Products Directive EU compliant version. Why? There's no tank. It doesn't meet anything into your thing. It's so different.
Yeah.
And the World Health Organization's Framework Convention on Tobacco Control in countries like Australia that have strict nicotine laws would not allow my product to be sold because it contains nicotine. But what if it wasn't nicotine? What if it was an analog derivative of it? Well, then they would change their laws to include me into their regulations.
Yeah.
Public health impact? Well, the health benefits eliminating tobacco's harms. 1.1 million U.S. deaths from smoking-related diseases from 95 to 99, which was at their peak, and 8 million globally yearly, according to the World Health Organization, would be alive because of my wonderful product. There would be skepticism from American Lung Association, right? Youth uptake. If it's an enjoyable and accessible, it could attract non-smokers. We got to worry about the youth. Why? There's zero harm from it. Why is it even an issue?
Exactly.
If there's zero harm, why do you give a fuck if anybody starts using it? It's safer than the food you eat.
Yeah.
Well, that's because of the economic consequences. We've got $7 to $8 billion in MSA payments that we got to find a replacement for. States like Kentucky, 375 million, North Carolina's 480 million would lose heavily if people quit buying cigarettes and switch to my 100% safe alternative. We can't have that. Forget about the healthcare savings, $240 billion annually. Adjusted for inflation, it would be $300 billion today. Shifts in social and cultural norms. Likely scenario, optimistic. FDA approves after vigorous testing. You partner with a giant like PMI, scaling my product globally. Smokers switch en masse, cutting tobacco use 50% in a decade, saving 4 million lives a year. Revenue, it's billions, but taxes temper profits. Regulatory, pessimistic view, regulatory hurdles, not enough long-term data to get your product authorized. Tobacco companies outmaneuver you, make something similar to my idea, steal my patent, and create fabricated or real health scares to kill trust in my product. And claim it as a niche idea that's not revolutionary.
A tobacco company would probably try and buy you out, mate.
Conclusion is you could transform nicotine use, slashing tobacco's toll, and create a multi-billion-dollar industry. However, regulatory delays, taxation, and competition would temper its rollout. Within 5 to 10 years, you might capture 50 to 100 billion global market share. But only if you navigate the gauntlet of science, policy, and politics.
Boom. The three fucking
Otherwise,
Stooges.
you're not allowed to save people's lives. I says, okay, I don't believe your 1 to 3 years FDA authorization bullshit. What if the FDA required, as part of their PMTA, longitudinal cohort studies? How does that change the whole scenario? Well, it would take 6 to 12 months to prepare, and then hopefully 180-day statutory review, which is bullshit. It took the Juul 5 years to get rejected and then authorized and then rejected and then authorized.
Fucking hell, man. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you'd have to do science. It would take 10 to 20 years to prove that your product doesn't cause lung cancer. 5 to 15 years to prove that it doesn't cause heart disease, and 10 to 30 years that it's not going to give somebody COPD. For a product that's 100% safe, safer than the food we eat, because of the regulatory crap that's there and the politics
so much
involved.
Red tape. It's all just red tape, mate.
Study design, total 50 to 500 million over 5 to 15 years to get my product good enough for there to be no chance that the FDA would deny it. Worst case scenario, it would take 20 years of studies and then 2 years to write all that shit up. So 22 years to get science good enough for the FDA to not have a reason to deny it.
Fucking hell.
Legal challenges, potential legal challenges. Well, you have anti-tobacco NGOs to deal with. You've got tobacco companies that are going to be pissed off at your product. State governments are going to sue the crap out of you. FDA is going to reject your thing as much as possible. And then you've got injunctions to deal with. So, you know, what's the revised total? 14 to 22 years? Tied up in court? Legal defense cost, $5 to $20 million. PMI spent $20 million annually on advocacy. That's not even the lawyers. That's just to advocate for you coming to, you know, the world with this beautiful 100% safe product to stop smokers from dying. High estimated total just for legal expenses, $100 to $200 million. Expect the first 5 years to have aggressive opposition from states, NGOs, and competitors. So the conclusion is 11 to 17 years without legal issues, 14 to 22 years with challenges. Legal defense, $50 to $100 million you need to start off with.
Wow.
And that would double if Big Tobacco decided to fight against me. It would face a marathon, not a sprint.
And now
Success
you know why.
would hinge on funding, science, and legal stamina. So
now
then
you
it
know
says,
why all these PMTA shut shops.
here's the best part, man. Would you pursue a leaner evidence approach or go all in on the long game in the United States?
It would be. That kind of sums up your PMTA, doesn't it? What do you think about it? That's where all the little shops are gone.
You can argue about the science of vaping, whether it's 95, 97, 99.6% safer. It's in the same fucking boat. It's this theoretical zero harm product I just invented last weekend.
They don't want it, man. That's why you've got all that bureaucratic bullshit in front of you. They don't want it to happen. It just doesn't.
Too many people
just don't want it to happen.
Have their hand in the kitty collecting a paycheck that don't want to give up that paycheck. It's the same thing with this whole Doge situation going on in the government.
It was that similar thing I told you about ages ago about this doctor who was curing brain tumors, and they shut him up. Big pharma, fucking everything. They all fucking went to town on him. Don't want to know. Anything that can cure you, heal you, make you healthy. Not happening. Hell no. We can't have that.
Interesting how the music didn't start playing. Am I connected? Yes.
Pardon me. Again,
I just thought that was
media as
wild.
well. You'd have there's the media. You'd have the media to deal with as well, slating your product.
Well, the media
Saying
is
it's
the
gonna
paid
kill us.
propaganda of all these mega corporations.
Exactly.
I couldn't get it 5 minutes on any, nationwide network unless I buttered them up for years.
This is it, eh?
Which is also why they want to ban pharmaceutical advertisements in the United States. When you have shows like when Tucker Carlson was on Fox, like what, 50, 60, 70, 90% of his paycheck came from big pharma advertisements on his show?
Yeah.
The evening news has 75% of the ad revenue come from big pharma products. You know, the 5-minute dissertation on all the side effects you're going to get if you take this drug to cure your rash that you got on your arm.
Oh. Weird, man. Weird. I found out, right? I mean, it's a total different tangent, but I found out a fact, right? Fanta, you know that Fanta that you got from the UK? Yep. Do you know who actually invented Fanta?
No.
You'd be surprised. The story goes, right, in the World War, the boss at Coca-Cola said every American troop, wherever they are in the world, will have access to a bottle of Coca-Cola for 5 cents. And they got it, right? Wherever they were during the war, they get access to Coca-Cola. While the Germans couldn't even get their fucking supplies through and all that shit. So, out of spite and in the haste, they invented a fizzy drink, and that fizzy drink was Fanta.
Darren D was right.
The Americans. The Germans. Isn't that weird? How it's all
That's
now...
wild, dude.
It's how you,
That's kind of like, I was surprised to find out that Dr. Pepper is made by both Pepsi and Coke. Depending on where you live, they make a contract with the nearest bottling agency, and it might be made by Coke, it might be made by Pepsi.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? But I got that from watching Combat Dealers. You know, he's a guy, he's an English guy, and he goes out and he buys all the, you know, old World War stuff, tanks, you know, memorabilia and all that shit. And he does it up and sells it and all this shit. And he's just bought a Panzer, a German Panzer chassis, right? There's fuck all on it. It's in bits. £5 million just for the chassis, right? Because of that rare. £5 million because of that rare. But he reckons when he's sourced parts and he's rebuilt it, it'll be worth £50 million. An old German Panzer tank. That's how rare they are. Honestly, the shit you find out when you did the history of that, it was just an eye opener. All the shit the spies used to have, all the stuff the spies had and everything. It was clever. Proper it was. You know what it is? You know James Bond. It was real James Bond shit during the war. Like the stuff they had, like, was unbelievable. That's where that's where Q and James Bond came from, because of the guy in MI6 who was designing all this shit for the spies. They had fucking all sorts, man. It was unbelievable. Clever stuff. We were cleverer then than what we are now.
I asked Grok later on, this is the worst case scenario of 20 years. How many people globally would get sick or continue to die while the product waited to receive FDA market authorization?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, God, this is going to be interesting.
And it broke it down. Annual deaths, annual morbidity. Using World Health Organization numbers. 7 million people from direct use, lung cancer, heart disease, COPD. 1.2 million from secondhand smoke that wouldn't exist in my 100% safe product. Annual people getting sick, 100 million new cases of smoking-related diseases a year. Total sick includes acute respiratory infections, chronic emphysema. Assumption for the 20-year projection. Deaths over 20 years. Year 1, 8 million. Year 20, 9.6 million. Total deaths, 176 million people, while my product was waiting to get authorized by the FDA.
Holy shit. Damn.
Illnesses over the 20 years, 2.2 billion people.
Holy moly.
You think the healthcare industry is going to like my product, or are they going to fight it too?
Oh, hell no. They don't want nothing. Tell you, man, they don't want nothing that fixes you.
Final estimates, anywhere from 160 to 180 million people would die. 2 to 2.5 billion cases of health-related conditions because my product didn't replace their smoking.
Ouch.
That's wild.
That's some big numbers, isn't it? Massive.
And you all wanted to know about the Discord server and how that's set up. So, where's my... All right. So, the Discord server, here's the welcome and rules. Invite people. Copy.
Hidden.
It really... I did use the copy button, you thing. Hold on. It knows it's on screen, so it won't let me do it. To protect me. Invite people. Copy. Paste. There's the invitation to the Discord server.
There you go. We're in now.
This is what you're going to get welcomed with. Make sure you go and you click this checkbox right here. Okay. Just bottom of the rules. And when you do that, all of these will be available to you. In the Hunky Lounge, you have hand checks and dad jokes and pet show off, daily drag, whatever. Morning chit chat. This is where I posted the early peak of episode 414. I thought that was wild, dude. During the Civil War, the North and the South, the regiments would meet in the woods to exchange tobacco for coffee or food.
That's wild, isn't it? That's mad.
Here's Kenny's little flavor book. He posted a long time ago.
Yeah, it's huge. It's a big book. Here's my green fries ice cream. I imagine they're using the flavours down there. I think somebody asked before, what was it? Does nicotine gum taste like tobacco? No.
No.
It's a menthol or a mint. Just like chewing gum.
Or it has no real flavor. It's like an unflavored gum.
Yeah.
But it does give you kind of like a peppery sensation.
Or there is a pepperminty one now, I think you said
They do have flavor. They do have minty and cherry, and they have other flavors and stuff, but you're still going to get that pepperiness. The same thing you get out of Freebase in the vape.
If it tasted like tobacco, you wouldn't chew it. Trust us. Unless you had a spittoon. Ding.
All right, so let's get the rest of your hand checks.
Hell no. I'm just going to have to let everybody know, like...
Did y'all learn something? Was it interesting?
It was cool.
Maximum vape, please!
Oh. Yeah, it was cool. Just a bit of an eye opener as well, isn't it? When you think of like all the shit that's went on behind the scenes. You know what I mean? But like I said, this request, was it the Freedom Information Act now, is where you can request this shit. So
yeah,
a lot of that is uploading a lot of. I mean, the thing is, like some of it's like 50 years old, and you think, well, is it relevant today? But judging by that, hell yeah.
How do you think that NJOY application paperwork got put out there?
Yeah.
Somebody submitted a Freedom of Information request, and they published it to the website.
Wow. Unbelievable. This was an eye-opener, that. I think what you were shoving down your lungs all them years and you never knew fuck all about it, eh?
So that's yours. I didn't know that name. Matthew Ryan. And checks.
I was Matthew was putting down check in.
So rename that. I hate Windows. They're interlacing AI with all kinds of stuff. Rename. Not an option. You can open with, share, set as, rotate, compress it, look up properties.
Should be a show more options at the bottom, I would have thought.
It's an icon on the top of the list now for rename.
Really?
So because it's an icon on the top, it's not listed as an option to click.
Got you.
So if you have Alzheimer's like me, I mean, you're shit out of luck. If you don't remember you did it recently. Eventually I'll catch on to it.
Because it's fucking changing so much all the time. You know, you get used to doing something away, then they'll upgrade it again. Well, the way you fucking work does no longer work. So you're like, you've got to figure out how to do it all over again. Then you master that and they go and change it again. Pain in the bazoozles, man.
Listen, I had so many customers that's the reason they called me, because they got tired of it. As soon as they learned Windows 98, ME came out. As soon as ME came out, you know, there was 2000 and then it was XP and then Windows 7 and then 8 and then 8.1 and then...
Oh, wow. It just never ended, was it?
Look, I can't keep this straight. I had to keep it all straight at one point.
Yeah.
Now there's Windows 11 and it does all kinds of stuff that's never documented anywhere.
No. It's like H2.
Someday some conspiracy theorists are going to sit down and figure out that, oh, you know what? Windows is actually free because the government gave Microsoft so many billions of dollars every year, because part of the thing of Windows is it had AI built in looking for the people like the terrorists and you know, whatever. And then there was propaganda that was actually used to, you know, edit files that were on your computer. So like if you happen to have some dossier that was put out by Obama back in the day that said copyright infringement's actually a bad thing and it's like inhibiting technology growth. Well, that file just randomly disappears off of your hard drive and you're probably never going to miss it. But if you do, you'll never find it. So who cares?
Exactly. Big brother, man. They're watching you.
Yeah, doing more than watching you. They've been trying to control and manipulate you for a long time.
Exactly. And it'll never change.
And you got to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that Trump reversed all of that. And it's all free, open access now. Anybody can do whatever they want. You have your free speech back.
Oh, David, you mentioned that fucking daft twat to me. He's a numpty, that good. He's literally sent the whole fucking world into recession with these fucking tariffs. The fucking stock markets are dropping out their arse. Holy
well, except for the countries that got a hold of him and actually made an arrangement. It was Vietnam was one of the countries. They now have zero tariffs both ways.
Yeah, but you know who he's fighting with, don't you? China. He's talking about having another extra 50% on there. They're going, okay, we'll do the same to fucking you.
He
mate.
can't.
Boom, there's your market.
It's like this whole nuke situation, right? You don't actually want to push the nuke. You just threaten to do it.
Yeah.
Because if he were to pull the trigger on China, this country would be fucked. You know how many people suffer from depression that all of a sudden wouldn't be able to get their medication anymore because all the precursors for all those depression drugs are actually made in China? We don't have access to the precursors to actually make the drug if we wanted to.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're messing with a country that just about produces everything that you've got in the world. Pretty much, that's where it's made.
Who's to say he's not theater just like everybody else before him was? You get these daily crashes in the stock market, the S&P. Oh my God, it dropped. It's supposed to drop 20%. Everybody bail before you lose all your money. And then magically, by the end of the day, it was ahead 0.5%. How many billionaires were created that day?
I think it only dropped about 5% max in the US, if I remember correctly. Was that only about 5% it dropped? But again,
yeah, but then it was ahead at the end of the day. Yeah, people like Kramer saying there was going to be a 20% drop. Doesn't matter. It was a 5% drop, but that's an equal opportunity to capitalize on it. If you had millions to invest, you could have easily gained 5% in one day.
I don't know. It's just another fucking. I mean, like I say, there was like Brian, for example, there was trillions of dollars lost, off the markets, trillions when it dipped.
Trillions, but how many? If you actually ride it out in a month, where's those markets going to be?
The UK, the FTSE, I don't even think that fell by that much, to be honest with you.
Everybody's panicking because they've offshored for the last 4 decades. They've offshored everything out of this country. We make nothing. Nothing. You got a couple steel mills, and even those aren't turning out steel like they used to. Back when my dad was working at Ford.
That's what he's tariffing over here in the UK, the steel industry, which is on its knees anyway in this country. Fuck no. Absolutely.
Because it's all made in China. Has been for a long time.
Yeah.
They manipulate their economic capital so that they can afford to make it for way cheaper than you.
It's not that. It's our government as well. They sold it all off, man. They sold everything down the river. I mean, British steel used to be the best steel in the world. Once upon a time, we used to make the best steel on the planet. Once upon a time, shipbuilders had the best shipbuilders in the world. Once upon a time, she killed it all. Privatization, selling off, and all that bullshit. That's why the North, these big, they say the North, the fucking Manchester's north of them. It's only a couple of hundred fucking miles away. But up here, heavy industry was my bread and butter. Steel making, shipbuilding, everything, mining, all gone. And then she wondered why everything went fucking pear-shaped when she sold it all.
How do you think I feel, dude? It took me a long time to earn 3 master's degrees, information technology master's degrees, information security master's degrees, MBA in IT management, a master's of education in IT, right? So I could at least teach it. Worst case scenario. All that shit, the whole time I was getting my education, got offshored to India.
Yeah.
There isn't an IT job to be found on this thing. And the IT jobs that are here, you've got one guy that manages AI that does all the IT stuff now.
Yeah.
Or you have the low-level $15 an hour tech that goes and installs a computer and gives you your first password.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's all done by AI. Algorithms.
Well, I think the UK, like I said, they've lost all the industry. They're now more a financial institution, shall we say. That's what it is now. Go fuck all the industry. Now.
We've got 2 steel mills right around where I live. My brother-in-law worked for one of them. You know that the oven for that steel mill blew up 2-3 months after he left? The guy that he
Really?
trained to
Wow.
replace him died in it.
Holy shit.
While my brother-in-law was working there, the company that was running it declared bankruptcy, and they kept on working because it just opened up the next weekend. They declared bankruptcy on Friday. Monday, it opened up as a new name. You were working for a new company, and you had to sign off that you're willing to accept whatever bargaining agreement the union got you for the place that you used to work for, declaring bankruptcy, which, by the way, you no longer get the same vacation and holiday and healthcare benefits and all this other shit.
Yeah,
We gave you
well, that's
$1 an
gone.
hour
Yeah.
extra, and you lost all your healthcare benefits.
Yeah.
Or you could be
That's how
on
they do it.
unemployment if you don't want to accept our
That's how they
terms.
do it. Yeah, that's how they do it. Shut them down, start up as a new one. I mean, the thing is, I think when the last state, they were actually talking about mothballing the fucking furnaces again because they had no work. Unbelievable, man. Then he's whacking tariffs on that steel. Or, I mean, but then again, it's not a British-owned company. I think it's a Chinese company that owns this fucking the steel companies over here now. So there's another.
If
thing.
you
It's not
watch the
British-owned.
latest episode Tucker Carlson put up there, he actually interviews the guy that's on Trump's little board and is in charge of monetary assets and stuff. And he explains what this whole strategy is behind the tariffs. And it's basically to onshore businesses back into the United States. So, like, we don't care if Toyota wants to sell cars in the United States. Build a plant here, and you can sell as many as you want with zero tariffs on it.
Well, that's what he's trying to do. Trying to get all the companies to build over there and produce over there, so they can sell to the US market without getting charged. That's his aim. We've seen that straight away.
Yep.
That's why Nissan came to the UK when we're part of the EU. We fucking sell the fucking cars to the EU, not pay the stupid fucking taxes because we're part of the EU.
And see, the auto industry is a bad example of that because they've been doing that to the auto industry for decades. But now they're doing it to all the industries.
Wow.
They want silicone to be made here. They want the precursors to all the drug supply to be made here.
Yeah.
They don't want to be
it's
relying on other countries because, well, somebody has a bad day and sets off a missile and we end up in a world war. United States is fucked. You know how much shit we lose out on that we import from other countries that have no manufacturing capability in the country as it stands today?
Same here. Even with engineering.
Yeah, you
is
talk
very
about it all the
limited.
time.
Yeah, very limited. But nothing. It's all financial over here now. We're a financial institution, not a manufacturing, not an engineering, not a shipbuilding, not a steelwork. We're fucking financial. End of. All gone. I think a lot of countries have gone that way. You know, relying on other countries from abroad. And like you say, the shit
My
hit the
prediction
fan.
is Nigel Farage is going to come out of the woodwork, and you'll see him active in politics again, and you'll see the UK do the similar things that we're doing here.
Oh, he's still wandering around. Like he's just being quiet. He's still like a member of Parliament. He's still got a seat in the House of Parliament, so he's still floating around. But there's just no. See, because every time he comes out with something, the media sensationalise it, you know, and make him look the bad guy. But when he's quiet, when there's nothing interesting, they leave him be, you know. When he's doing his day-to-day, daily job, you know, questioning the government, there's no said then. It's when he comes up
when
with
you get
something
somebody
out of
like
the
Trump on the world stage that looks like a freaking raging lunatic, and then 6 months down the road, most of the things that he did actually turned out really better for everybody here, then other people are going to stand in line going, hey, man, we should do some of that kind of stuff here. Maybe a little bit more reasoned and not so much grandeur and front stage on the evening news talking about what we're doing to scare the shit out of the world. Maybe we should have, negotiations with it, and all of a sudden you get on the evening news. Oh, we've got a new agreement with Canada, and, this new plant is going to be formed, and we're going to start making steel mills.
I think he's. I mean, now I couldn't really judge him now. I would have to maybe say, give him 6 to 12 months. Right, not 6. Maybe it's 12 months in office, and maybe see what he's been doing. It's the same with this Labour Party. They've come in and everybody's thinking, what the fuck are they doing? But you got to give them time. I do just agree you've got to give them time because obviously they've inherited whatever, especially our fucking government. Fucking God knows what they've inherited. But
it boils down to this, mate. We have elections every 2 years, right? You can't replace everybody at once. But if in a year and a half, the country's doing the same or worse, a lot of people are going to be being replaced. And they're no longer going to have the supermajority to do whatever the hell they want.
Definitely.
So he's got a ticking clock that you have 18 months from the time you took office until you need to have palatable results for the American population, or all the guys that are giving you a yay vote, even though they're not really agreeing with everything you're doing, are going to be replaced.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we're back in a stalemate situation where you're neither this or that. And even if it was going to work, it's not going to work now. Because they're going to be tying each other up, arguing about this or arguing about that and trying to impeach this guy and kick this guy out. Meanwhile, you got pedophiles that Congress literally pays off the family of the injured parties, and you never hear about that kind of situation.
Oh, God, well, that's all the smokes and mirrors, isn't it? That.
But you get a politician that wants to go vape in a theater when she's going on a date with her husband who likes to get a little gropey feely. Oh, man, that's national news. Everybody's got to hear about that.
Exactly. It's all bullshit.
Lauren Boebert was getting groped by her husband in the theater. Oh.
Yeah. Holy moly, how dare they?
Problem is, most of the Trump supporters were like, oh, yeah, I wish I was her husband.
That's the problem, they're sitting there, the lucky bastard.
Maybe I need to take my old lady out on a date and see what I can get away with in the theater.
You would probably get arrested.
So you do it in a theater where you know the cops. Tell me, I worked ambulance for 15 years around here. I've seen some plenty of shit. People that should have gone to jail, well, they're buddy-buddy with the guy that was on duty that night, so they didn't even get a charge with anything. Other guy looks wrong at the cop, and he's already in jail, and is going to be in there for the next 5 years. On all trumped-up crap.
There's a good statement by William. In the UK, we have an MP for Birmingham whose city is under 17,000 tons of rubbish because the bin men are on strike. Yet he's petitioning the House of Commons because he wants them to build a new airport in Pakistan. That sums us fucking up. Just fucking sums us up.
That's like when you were talking about, all your support for Ukraine whenever, he had the outs in the White House. And I'm like, listen, you guys are now sending all these billions of dollars to Ukraine. Imagine if they would have taken that money and put it into the NHS. Where would your health care be today?
Well, that's
if they didn't send that to Ukraine.
When they had that little European meeting after he got kicked out of the White House, all of a sudden we've got £10 million just to go and fucking hire over the Ukraine. And yet we're fucking country's on its knees. Really? Come on.
Why do you think all your taxes are going up?
Exactly.
The registration fees, your caps for utilities. The financial capital of the world needs to have more cash flow to be financially viable.
Fucking hell. Wow. Matthew Ryan was saying there was a plane crash into a house. What was that? Where was that made?
Actually happens a lot more often than you would think. You just don't normally see it on the news.
In Minnesota. Nothing on the news there, right?
We'll look that up.
Plane crash in Minnesota into a house, apparently.
Minnesota, don't you know?
Minnesota.
Our favorite Be Kind advocate lives there. Minnesota authorities investigate and identify the plane crash victim at U.S. Bank as executive. Oh, that's not shady in any way. U.S. Bank executive dies in a plane crash?
And that's why it's
Ain't
so
that the first
quiet.
time that's happened?
Yeah.
U.S. Bank Vice Chair Terry Dolan was the only person on board a single-engine airplane that crashed and exploded over the weekend. Dolan, 63, was killed when the Socata TBM-7, which had taken off from Des Moines, Iowa, fell from the sky Saturday in Brooklyn Park, about 5 miles short of its destination.
Could probably say that about John Denver as well. His little plane just decided to fly. I mean, John Denver was on a pleasure cruise, a pleasure flight, and all of a sudden, boom. Okay.
Well, sir, do you have a beverage for today?
Yeah.
Diggity dog diggity. Time for a flavor explosion. He said he was ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm still fighting off whatever my wife had. Stomach's upset today. So she bought me this beautiful pomegranate juice, super antioxidant, super powerful pomegranate blueberry 100% juice.
Sorry, had to go to the boys' room.
Now it's my turn, matey.
I have got, seeing we've got some wonderful and glorious warm weather here in the UK. I like a cider when it's nice and warm. And today I've got some, fucking hell, I'm panting for doing them stairs. I've got some Thatcher's Juicy Apple cider. It's made from red apples, this one. It's 4% by volume. It's only a 400ml can. And yeah, Thatcher's, it's it's supposed to be a UK brewed, but you never know. It's going to be freaking made in God knows where. But yeah, it's juicy apple cider. There's a mouth-watering, crisp, juicy cider and a sweetness bursting through with fresh appley aroma. Oh well, we'll give this a bash then. There you go, Thatcher's Juicy Apple. I bet that's nice.
Oh, I have never in my entire life seen one explode. It is not supposed to be carbonated. It's 100% pomegranate and blueberry juice.
Oh, that is nice. Oh, God, that's nice. That's very tangy.
Jesus.
It actually feels like it replicates the feeling of eating an apple. You know when you took a bite of an apple, when you've actually eaten an apple and you run your tongue on your teeth and they feel get clean, so to speak. That's kind of the same thing this does. Holy shit.
I'm half expecting this to smell like wine, like it's spoiled. Why is it carbonated? Why is it pressurized? Like the lid itself is like domed over. I've never seen one like that before.
There you go, poured in a glass. That's what it looks like in a glass. Lovely. Not that bad, lad. Tastes bloody delicious.
Best by 20th of June, 2025.
It's kind of a little bit like Prosecco. It reminds us of a bit. Gotta take it easy, mate. Just let it. It must be carbonized. It's got to be.
It's not supposed to be. It's 100% juice.
Nope.
It's never been carbonated before. I've had this multiple times. 85% pomegranate juice, 15% blueberry juice from concentrate. That's it. That's the only ingredients in here. And filtered water.
What the fuck?
I'm putting this in my fridge and I'll try it later.
What the hell? It hasn't fermented, has it?
It doesn't smell fermented. I would have expected it to smell fermented like a wine.
Shit.
I do have a beautiful pomegranate blueberry stain on my carpet now.
Well.
So I guess I'm sticking with my Tazao green tea. With some honey and lemon juice.
He's a poorly boy, boys and girls. He can't participate. Oh.
Don't drink it. 100% juice can ferment. Yeah. There's something wrong with it. It wasn't sterile when they put it into the bottle. Wasn't fully refrigerated the whole time they had it. That's not supposed to be pressurized, carbonized.
No, that's some
carbonated. It's never been that way before. Anytime I've opened it up before, it was just a beautiful juice. So you're going to have to replace it, return it, replace it for another one.
I'll definitely be taking it back. Like, what the crap was this? Like, I mean,
my stomach's already upset. Feels like I got food poisoning. I don't need.
No, that might actually hospitalize you and make you upset. Jesus.
Never a dull moment. You know how it is.
There isn't, is there? That was something.
On a good note, though, this is the first day my sinuses have been clear, and I can't tell you how long. 2 weeks now?
Really?
Some days are better than others, but
one thing I've never had a problem with. Never had a problem with sinuses. Never. Not even like a headache.
I've always had allergies, so I've always had to take, Zyrtec or whatever. But this definitely helps. This Bolthouse Farms Immunity.
Wow.
This has actual ginger in it. Man, did that settle my stomach. I was like questioning whether I even wanted to do the show today because my stomach hurt that bad. That gassy.
Yeah.
I drank this thing hour and a half before the show. And by the start of the show, it was just like a stomach ache. And now my stomach feels fine.
Oh, good. Ginger man. Natural remedy.
So I'm not risking it with that pomegranate blueberry juice.
Oh, hell no. I wouldn't. Fuck that.
No. And I had to fix StreamerBot. It didn't know that we went live because it crashed or shut down or whatever the heck it did. So the global variable for is YouTube live was false. So I manually changed that to true. And now you should hear the applause when we roll the bumper for the hand jokes. Hand checks. Hand jokes.
Hallelujah.
Where's my brain?
Hand checks.
Hand checks.
Hand checks.
checks. Here we go. Buta Squad. His submission for the week. Is that a Ryan? What is that? Peach, strawberry, watermelon e-liquid.
Ooh.
And he threw that into his all-in-one.
Very nice.
Yeah, I like it.
Very nice.
If DaVinci Resolve would play nice, you'll get to see my review of the lovely Mike Vape's all-in-one.
It's that bloody card, man, I'm telling you. My little, my little 30 series. My little 30 series card runs like a dream.
I've got a 30 series card in the other computer. I was this close to transferring my files from this computer to that computer and running DaVinci Resolve on that 3060 card.
Yep, that's how you do it, man.
I may end up doing that before the week's over. I need to get these 3 reviews published. I've been working on them now for 3 weeks.
Wow. Oh, dear.
Happy Hippie submitted these lovely things. Look at that topside dual. Got an all-in-one there. What are these other 2? What are these other 3? That's an Arbiter there. I recognize the logo on the top. Original Arbiter.
Wow.
What do you got there, Happy Hippie?
Oh, the right's obviously a box. Is that another EIU, the one on the right, or is it a box mod? I can't tell.
Boxer. It's awesome.
Oh, really nice. Really nice setup, though. Really nice set of gear. Very nice.
Hell yeah. LVE Boson Stubby. Nice. Matthew Ryan submitted these lovely things. Look at all that. Got milk, got the hype, tobacco-free nicotine, America blend, creamy sherbet.
Very nice. Got lots of juice and devices.
The smock, is that the RPM? Which one is that one?
Is that the RPM 80? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't have that one. Clear see-through there.
Wow.
Freaking gorgeous.
Is that one on the right one? It's a Lost Vape. The one on the right. What is it? Lost Vape. Is it the my name?
Ursa? Matthew said this is the Nord 5.
And
yeah, that's the Ursa.
That's shit.
Armor.
Oh, the armor. Lost Vape. Right. We are so uneducated, you know that.
Listen, there's that many wonderful vape products out there that we don't have all of them out there.
Mm-hmm.
Ursa Quest has been discontinued.
Mm.
Uh-oh.
Lost Vape.
That's the DNA version.
Is that? I thought that was a paranormal there for a minute.
Yeah.
Not sure on the tongue.
And this is Robert Lawyer's Aegis. What's that, the L200? In there, he's got buttercream, blueberry cake, sugar glazed,
nice.
and Themis?
Can't quite make it out.
That's what it says there. Themis Nice
Oh.
RTA. Another one I
Very
don't
nice.
have. Never heard of it. Todd submitted this one.
Ooh.
Your reviewer over in the UK posted this one to Facebook.
Pretty.
Six Pack Kid, hello and welcome.
Pretty.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
The backside. Todd Vapes.
Mm.
William Dobson. Oh, I gotta pull out mine. And that's that tank that he dropped in last week in there. The stock RTA.
That's right, yeah. Is it any good, William?
Nice wrap on the mod. Yep. Ironically, all these mods like that were plastic. Light as a feather without the batteries in them. Todd's was the ground cloud innovation with a GKI Air RBA.
It's a dot format device. Oh.
Beautiful.
Very smart again.
Awesome hand checks this week. Thank you very much for the submissions. I guess that means it's time for some dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Rod.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Carpe diem. Seize the day. Imodium. Don't sneeze today. What are you doing, mate?
Huh.
Reaching
That
for your
Falcon I
Imodium?
thought I had. That Falcon I thought I had, I haven't had. I haven't got.
Oh, you lost your Falcon.
No, it is. That's the third one I've lost this week. The one I thought was the Falcon. It's by it is by HorizonTech, but it's the Seekers tank. That's the one I thought was the Falcon.
Ooh.
Pretty much the same thing, actually, but where the
Well, we'll
fuck's
get to
the
compare
Falcon
them later
gone?
on.
Ooh, I'll have to give it a quick cleanup on one fucking break, like. Ooh.
You'll get a
Ooh.
chance. No worries. We could always postpone until next week. It's no big deal.
I
Do
kind
some more
think
mixing today.
I bet I've got a stash of tanks somewhere that I don't know of. I must have. Never mind.
Maybe.
Never mind.
You know, race car spelled backwards is race car. Race car upside down, that's very expensive.
I never took much notice of that. Yeah,
Mom, can I go see my girlfriend? No. But why? Chores before whores. Mom, dishes before bitches. Mom, why are you like this? Cutting grass before getting ass.
I like it.
In 2025, school's going to be closed today due to high winds. Back in 1986, tornado happening. Go to the hall and put a book over your head. Also, we're having pizza for lunch today.
That was so true now, wasn't it? How times have changed.
Yeah, and back when our parents were in school, they had nuclear fallout shelters in the hallway and underneath their desk.
Wow.
You know, there's some problems going on in this country when this is what a home of a doctor making $174,000 a year looks like compared to a politician making $174,000 a year and their home.
There's something's not quite declared on that salary, I wouldn't say.
Maybe the insider trading, allowing them to take that $174,000, and the fact that they have zero liability.
Yeah.
They can pass laws that kill millions, and there ain't a fucking thing you can do about them other than to vote them out.
It's so true.
Do the dishes! I can't, honey. Trump banned men from doing women's sports. Them's fighting words in this house.
Oh, hell yeah.
He didn't ban you from running the dishwasher, did he? No, ma'am.
Exactly.
So, Daffy Duck and Elmer Fudd break into a distillery. Daffy turns to Elmer and says, "Is this whiskey?" Elmer says, yeah, but not as whiskey as wobbling a bank.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. If you think
you're smarter than the previous generation, 50 years ago, owner's manuals of a car showed you how to adjust the valves. Today, it warns you not to drink the contents of the battery.
So true. God, how the world's changed, eh? Jesus.
Police find 22 stolen Range Rovers hidden in Nottingham Forest. Nothing to see here, folks.
Nope, nothing to see.
Hey, man, whoever told me to leave my car at the pub and take a bus home, well, it turns out I was in no shape to drive that either.
That's not me before you even reference it.
I didn't say nothing. Don't need to say anything when you look at this. Can somebody please give me a non-weird explanation for this double-length Ford with a shit-ass tiny cab?
How is it not snap in the middle? How is that actually staying straight? What's he got as a chassis? Jesus.
I don't have a problem with that. I can understand the frame rail and frame rail extension, but why the fuck would you have a bed that long and a cab so small? Why wouldn't you put it as a crew cab? If you're already extending it the length of 2 8-foot beds, why wouldn't you extend it even longer?
Fucking plywood to the
More like,
oh my God,
16-foot drywall sheets delivery.
Damn.
Be very, very quiet. We hunting Puisses.
Oh God.
A woman distracted by her phone while driving crashed into a 1948 Jaguar XK120.
Oh.
An insurance agent quit that day.
I bet he did. What the shit in hell's going on there?
We ain't never going to get enough money from this woman or anybody else to cover the cost of that.
Hell no.
Do any of you know if this carburetor would fit a small block Chevy? Asking for my son.
Possibly.
When an engineer hates mechanics, they design cars like this.
What on earth? Fucking hell.
Why? I just don't understand
Starter
why.
motor. The starter motor inside the gearbox. Fucking hell. What?
You know, leftover parts are just proof that you made the thing better, right?
Oh, definitely. Of course you did.
Unless shit fills off while you're going down the road.
Oh.
How tight is my oil plug supposed to be?
Fuck. Not that tight.
See, I told you should have used an impact gun. You wouldn't have ripped off the oil pan.
Holy moly.
I've heard a bang bus. Now get ready for the anal express.
Oh shit. No thank you. I ain't taking a ride on that motherfucker.
I can't work overtime today, Kenny said.
Nope, ain't doing that. Hell no.
What do you deal with that problem?
What in fuck? How is that actually possible? Jesus.
Carol Shelby did say you can
moly.
never have too much horsepower, just not enough traction. Well, what happens when you have all that horsepower and good traction?
Yeah. The bit in the middle goes, fuck it.
That's a
Holy
monster torque
shit.
there.
Damn.
His name is Stu. He is a supervisor.
Oh, fuck off.
Listen, the Beastie Boys watching you get ready for bed at 9 p.m. is not what they had in mind. Not what you had in mind when you were young either. But here we are. Reality sucks sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. What are you doing, man?
How many of y'all had to collect all the user manuals you ever got? You didn't actually read any of them, but you ended up saving them and putting them in some file cabinet somewhere. And now you got a whole drawer of user manuals for shit that you threw away years or decades ago.
Me.
It's okay. It's not a problem.
I've still got them.
Recognizing that they should have gotten thrown away is the first step to recovery, though.
Nope.
Can you just let this picture sink in for a moment and...
Can't quite make out what's on the top leg, but...
Dude, that's Braille.
Oh shit. What? Hell no.
This is the world we live in.
Holy moly. A Braille gear shift.
Okay.
Fuck.
All lives splatter. Nobody cares about your protest. Keep your ass out of the road, or we're going to flatten your...
I like that. I like that.
Imagine fleeing and you hear, "Fetch me his soul." and you look back to see this.
Holy fuck. Ooh, that looks nasty. Oh shit, look at that. What on earth's gone on with them mashes? Jesus.
Bye-bye.
Oh, he would tear your soul
I'm
up.
well pissed off with Amazon. I ordered a dishwasher and they sent me a sandwich maker. Daffy Duck. Dodge Viper badge. Bet you didn't know. All you do is flip it around.
Not cool. I never knew that. That's awesome.
Tornado took the whole house, but left the car. Even God doesn't want a Mustang too.
Aww. I like Mustangs.
I'll take one.
Yeah.
10 reasons to be a mechanic. Or be with one. They guarantee performance. They can go hours without even breaks. They can get down and dirty all the time. They also work well in real tight places. And they're really good with their hands. And forget about the fact that they can multitask. They also have the right tools for the job. Just go ask the Snap-on truck driver. They also keep their tools very well lubricated and know how to bust nuts all the time because they get the job done right. Cheers to Michael Redfern.
Love it.
Memes in 2290s are going to be like, if you lived on this planet, your childhood was awesome.
That could be a fact.
What does that have to say about the prospects for the next couple years?
Well, all the wars going on, mate, you just don't know.
Oh, look, he got a toy with his Happy Meal. McDonald's about that expensive nowadays to get a Happy Meal toy like that. You been to McDonald's recently, dude?
Yeah, it's getting more and more expensive as hell.
My wife and I were going to order just, our typical Happy Meal, not Happy Meal, value meal that's no longer a value. And they got new meals that are Happy Meals. They got this hockey special. You get 2 cheeseburgers, 20 chicken nuggets, 2 Big Macs, a big thing of fries, a big boat of fries for $15. Meanwhile, if you were just to order 2 Big Mac value meals, you're going to be paying $40.
That's what I'm saying. That big meals that's good about. We only get what they call a Big Mac meal. It's just a Big Mac, fries, and a drink. And it's about 10 quid now. And it's shit. There's no sooner have you edit, you're hungry again. That's why I haven't gone.
Yeah, and the burgers are no longer this big. They're no longer the size of a Burger King Whopper. They're the size of their cheeseburgers.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you get a Big Mac that's got multiple layers, but it's this big. And do you know that they purposely engineer them to be soft and easy to chew? So that you will feel unsatiated?
Yeah. And the 99 pence menu, the burgers, they're pathetic. They're just a burger and the crap. You one of the 99 pence, you need about 6 of them to feed to fill yourself. You know what I mean? The crap.
For a snack.
Exactly. They're absolutely naff. Ooh.
Officer says, "Do you know why I stopped you?" Because I let you.
Oh yes, Bugatti, very nice. 1,000 horses under that bonnet. Not sitting behind you.
I don't get this one. World's biggest penis?
Right.
What? That's normally what they say about the people driving the big ass trucks. Overcompensate.
The world's biggest.
Matthew says it looks like an Audi with a body kit.
No, it is. I think it's quite cool.
Hey man, looking at this picture, the fact that we have a Swift truck that's rolled over, that ain't nothing. The fact that we got a mailbox that's supporting that truck, I want to know, man, who the hell built that mailbox?
Is that on a mailbox? Jesus. Holy moly. That's it's probably like an ice. There's probably about 16 feet of it under the ground. You know, it's probably about a 30-foot pole, then embedded in the ground, and that's just the top of it.
Matthew Ryan says that just looks like an Audi with a body kit on it. He was just being a little cocky by saying, "Because I let you." That Audi couldn't have outrun the cops.
He's thinking of the R8. The R8 would. That's a V10. The R8.
If you're looking for your 1/4-inch 10mm, found it. Welded to this person's drain plug.
What on earth?
Why?
What the hell? Why not just buy a new drain plug?
Although you do have to kind of wonder, after all these years, you know, they've got standard sockets around, right? You got your 1/4, your 3/8, your 1/2-inch drives, right? Why don't the oil plugs come with a standard 1/4-inch or 3/8 or 1/2-inch?
Yeah, just stick your ratchet in.
Put your socket head on there and job done.
Easy peasy.
This car has a 10 mil. This car has an 18 mil. This car has a 15 mil.
It's the same with the Fords. Most of the Fords here in the UK, right? You know, you've got your Allen keys, you know, your metric, your 5s, your 6. 7s don't exist in a normal Allen key set. A Ford is a 7mm Allen key. You've got to go and buy an actual 7mm Allen key to do your brakes. What the fuck?
Bullshit.
It is like. You'd think it would be standardized.
The Jesus nut is the main rotor nut of a helicopter. If it fails during flight, the rotor detaches, leaving the crew with no option but to pray.
Obviously. That's powering the rotors then. Yeah. Good night, sweetheart.
Now I see why they call it the Jesus nut.
Yeah.
Hey, it's official! I'm no longer late for anal.
Oh dear.
Had the same toolbox for 20 years. Meanwhile, I still open the wrong drawer every single time.
I'm exactly the same. I kind of find nothing in my toolbox. I'll go through all the drawers before I find something. Oh, that's chewing out some fucking diesel fumes. That's definitely chucking out a few fumes out of that motherfucker. Proper hillbilly car.
You see your favorite man's logo on the front?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They modified it to a tasteful thing. They put a fucking gasoline engine in it. Stick the electric up your ass. I bet that would fly as well, power to weight ratio. Woo.
Dude, one man actually found it, the G-spot.
Woohoo!
Fuck off, dumbass repellent. Where do I buy this?
Tell us about it, yeah. I want some now.
Powerful all-purpose spray. Then here's a picture of my, I'll fix it later.
Been there, done that.
Still fixed. I bet that forklift driver had to get a new pair of undies after that calamity.
Holy fuck. What on earth?
Well, you were worried about that pickup truck. How was I able to support that 16-foot bed? I've seen a lot of things in my life, but I ain't never seen a Toyota smoking a cigarette using a selfie stick.
Oh, God. I could say that, yeah. Very, very good.
You know the roads are bad when the Amish are in the ditch and need help getting out. Which, by the way, tell him the kind of weather I had last night here. Go ahead, tell him. I sent him a picture.
He had snow. Had snow in April. Wow.
This morning, snow. Falling outside.
Not that bad, though, was it?
Well, that used to be me. But we all do have one friend who can never let go of his old cars. Ever.
Holy moly. Like a fucking junkyard. I know a few people like that, actually.
Saw a baguette at the zoo. It was bred in captivity.
Oh, give up.
Hey, food for thought. Are mashed potatoes just Irish guacamole?
Oh, fucking sick.
Here we have the OBS Ford versus the Cybertruck. Are you ready for this? The old school Ford is 15 grand. Fully fixed up, inspected, ready to go. The Cybertruck is 100 grand. Now, granted, the OBS Ford will eventually get to 60 mile an hour versus the Cybertruck taking only 2.5 seconds. The Ford is 400 miles with dual tanks on it and will probably cost you a battery from the Cybertruck to fill it up. Today's gas prices. However, the Cybertruck on a single charge will give you 340 miles. Battery replacement in the truck, there's $130, not $150. I know because my Excursion and the wife's truck take the same battery. And the same as that one. Ford uses all the same batteries. Versus the Cybertruck, it's $28,000 plus labor. Is the Cybertruck a Prius repellent? No.
Nope.
The Ford truck is. The Cybertruck has one windshield wiper versus 2 on the Ford truck. Is it easy to work on? Well, the Ford, all you need is a toolbox. And the Cybertruck, only if you've mastered computer science and hacked into Musk's database to get the plans on the software.
Okay, hell.
Fuel type?
Holy.
Well, just about any dinosaur juice will run a Ford versus 10,000 AA Duracell batteries, in a pinch to get the Cybertruck running.
Damn. Fucking hell.
Pretty nice comparison, eh? Do we know this for a fact? Do sharks have Chuck Norris week?
Would not. Bit random, but no.
I just want to know who the fuck strapped that trailer. Huh? Who strapped that tractor to that trailer? You did an amazing job.
It's still on it. What the fuck?
Makes me wonder, did you weld it to the frame or what?
And it's vertical still as well. You get the engines at the front.
Welcome to Fuck Around and Find Out. Exit 1 mile ahead. Enjoy your stay.
Fuck around and find out.
It's going to be brief. You can read this one.
I can't see it. Hang on. Charcuterie is dead. Whoops.
I did it again.
Oh, what are you doing? Charcuterie is dead. It's all about the snackle box. What? Charcuterie is dead. It's all about the snackle box. Fucking hell.
I never thought about that before.
That's a banquet. You got one.
You filled out with snacks?
Yeah.
Instead of nuts and bolts?
Good idea, isn't it? It's a damn good idea.
That'd be perfect when I take the wife to the drive-in.
Yeah.
Meat and cheese tray, all in a little box.
Pop that out, slap it in the middle of the onion lap, and where you can, nibbles for hours. Cool idea.
Why?
What?
Canadians fighting the Trump tariffs.
Really?
It's a wiener pit. Kind of like your mom.
Oops.
Me, I'm going to keep this one stock so I can, daily drive it. Listen, that ain't stock. In order to keep it stock, that NOS tank is only vulnerable if the turn signal's on. And only one side.
Holy moly. That is one big fuck off NOS tank.
Here's a picture of all the dads from your childhood.
Oh, I recognize a couple of them there. He's out of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Obviously married with children. Who's that one again? Oh my god. I only know two. Wait, the one at the back on the third row, the third one along. I know his face, but I can't think of his name.
I can't think of the show that would have been on either. I don't remember seeing him before. Or him.
No.
I recognize all the other ones. Where's Mallory Gates when you need her? She probably knows all these guys.
Oh.
Family Matters. Yeah.
Left. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Well, that him.
Rosie
Bob
O'Donnell.
Wright, the actor. He was in the Flintstones.
John
Fred
Goodman.
Flintstone, wasn't he? John Goodman.
Yeah,
that's
he
him.
was Fred Flintstone. He was also vice president in West Wing and became president when the president's daughter was abducted, kidnapped.
I never did watch West Wing.
I still do.
That bloke bottom left, his face looks very familiar.
Tim Allen, Home Improvement.
Tim Allen. Them three in the middle is probably the ones that's lost me. I don't know them three in the middle. The guy with the glasses, the dark guy, and the freaking other guy in between them two. They don't.
We did this one last week. My tolerance for idiots is extremely low today. I used to have some kind of immunity built up, and obviously there's a new strain of assholes out there.
That's right. How true.
Don't you just hate it when you get stuck behind a garbage truck?
Oh, God. Definitely. There's a full of
drive one of
Teslas.
them. You give it to me. I'll drive it. Male ladybugs can spend up to 4 hours mating with a dead female before they realize something's not right.
God.
Paid for by your tax dollars. And here we have the Don't Fucking Care Bear.
That would make a cool present, that. Oh, it doesn't make a cool present.
Your childhood ruined. Episode 934. This is why everything hurts now.
Hell yeah. Them were the days, man.
Sure were.
The swings was brilliant.
An important scientific study demonstrating the result of scientific studies depend entirely on where the funding comes from.
Yep. We're all sitting there behind him.
I posted something similar to that like 3 years ago, and man, did I get an earful from everybody that was sitting there commenting about how science has nothing to do with the funding. Really?
Oh, but it does. Big time.
When you're 10 dangs, 20 yups, 6 wows, and 8 man, that's crazy. And they still won't stop talking? You too will look like SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh, hell yeah.
Brett Whitney says Tom Arnold grew up by me.
Oh, cool.
He actually visited our town.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Claim to fame.
Why, thank you, young man. I'm completely forgotten to get baby carrots. So nice of you to remind me.
Yeah, and some Brussels sprouts.
Got your nose. How many of you played that as a kid? I got your nose. Had an uncle that played it with you. Always grabbed your nose. I got it right here.
Not with Carl's. Not with Carl's, though.
Yeah, well, that's why it's illegal for you to drive around the state of Pennsylvania with a hitch applied to the back of your vehicle. Must be removed. And a state trooper will kindly remind you and issue a $138 citation.
Really? So you've got to take your little tow bar off?
You got to take your hitch off.
Oh, we don't.
You can have the receiver there, but you can't have a hitch in there unless you're towing something.
Oh, we don't.
That's why.
All on. No ball joint.
Behold the square. This is a shape with 4 sides of equal length and 4 right angles.
Clever. Clever. That's why in the UK, Ram Raiders used to reverse the vehicle in if it had a tow bar on. With a bit of strength.
I got super baked in the Shire and accidentally recruited these 4 little weirdos for the most important mission of all time. Eh? The way Pop-Tart icing holds up in the toaster is both oddly fascinating and quite unsettling.
Yeah. Why don't it melt?
I don't know. How many remember cartoons? Looking forward to the weekend paper, the Sunday paper with all the cartoons in it.
We still get we used to have one, Andy Cap. I don't know I think it's still going. Like a northern bloke with the cap on.
He knows I hate this. It's no surprise to me that nobody sold a house on this street for 6 years.
We need now.
Frosty, why you have to eat people?
Frosty, just a man.
I don't block my mom from seeing any of my posts. She is fully aware of the absolute menace that she created.
Get that one now. Yeah, mommy knows.
I need to get in shape. If I were murdered right now, my chalk outline would be a circle.
Not that it would bother you.
Well, does that bother you?
Oh, really? Really? Had to lower the tone.
Dinosaurus. Oh, sorry for the unsolicited deck pic. That was for someone else. That's a sexy deck. 10 out of 10. I'd sit on it. Trim the bushes so it looks better. What do you think?
What the fuck?
Is the Loch Ness Monster real? I don't know. Maybe. What do you mean, maybe? How do you not know? It's in water. It's a lake. I live in the ocean. Do you know everyone that lives on land? No, but I know what lives on land. Is Bigfoot real? Let me check all the woods real quick. Nah, it's a guy named Gary. He's a nudist. He's super hairy, and he offered me a back rub. Man, am I sorry I asked.
I bet.
When you fully upgrade your starter car...
Oh, yeah. Now you're talking.
You know, that can only be legally registered in the state of Texas.
I bet, yeah. Only in Texas. That's probably where it is. Texas.
15 sentences that live in my head rent-free. Fear doesn't stop death. It just stops life. If it costs you your peace, it's still too expensive. People only see the decisions that you make, not the choices you had. And never take criticism from someone you wouldn't take advice from.
True.
The magic you're looking for is in the work that you're avoiding. Ships are safe in the harbor, but that's not what they're built for.
Nope.
Ambition without action turns to anxiety. To live a life most people don't, you must be willing to do what most people won't.
Most people won't, yeah.
You can do anything, but not everything. Focus. If you want to make the wrong decision, ask everyone.
That's normally the case.
Those who don't move won't notice their chains. It's okay to live a life most people don't understand. If someone could only see your actions and not hear your words, what would they say your priorities are? You can't have a new reality with old mentality.
Nope.
No risk?
No risk.
No story.
Yeah. Interesting.
Wheat makes beer. Corn makes whiskey. Grapes make wine. Potatoes make vodka. Can't get drunk without farmers.
True. So true.
Excuse me, Mr. Genie. That's not what I meant.
Okay.
Dad, did you go to the same school as me? Yes, the same school as you, only 35 years ago. Why do you ask? Well, Mrs. Johnson said today that she hasn't seen an idiot like me in 35 years. Just wondering if it was you.
Very good.
If you ever feel useless, remember somebody made a protective cover for the Nokia 3310.
It didn't need one. It was indestructible. You could throw it off a
wasn't
wall
for the phone. It was for the floor. It was the Chuck Norris of cell phones.
Too right, was it? It was brilliant.
Be the reason somebody smiles today or blocked you. You know, whatever floats your boat. I'm cool with either.
Yeah.
Help! Help! Being held captive in a rum factory in Key West. Send cola and straws.
Hell yeah.
You know, you're no longer in charge of your house when the dog decides what time you wake up.
Oh, God, yeah. Just
And
the
my
dog.
wife is okay with that.
Oh.
Just another Manwich Monday.
Oh, God. I wish it
was Sunday. All right. How many of you feel like this, like I do, okay? This used to be a fun place to go. Like, you used to be able to get everything there, and it was piss-ass cheap, and you never knew what you were going to find, especially if you walked into the clearance aisle. Now, it is the biggest abomination of a store that I never want to go to ever again. Unless I need another battery for the truck. Otherwise, forget it. I ain't going there. This place is more like Target than Target is.
Wow. They used to own Asda.
And it ain't because of the tariffs. All right. Kids will never know the struggle of trying to find the right CD before you started your trip.
Oh, hell yeah, we all had them. Yeah. What do you fancy the deer? Yeah.
See, if you were technologically inclined like myself, you wouldn't need that. That was sitting at home on a bookshelf because you made yourself your own mix CDs. It didn't matter which one you grabbed because they all were awesome.
That's what I mean. Everything we made was a mix, and you're like, "Ooh, what's on that one? Ooh, what's on that one?" Because you could never remember. Because we used to label
You took
them.
all the original CDs, burned them to MP3s, then burned them into CDs that you put in your car. You didn't care if it got ruined. You just burned up another one.
It was just for labeling. With me wipes, we used to put Sarah's shit on her CDs. It was mine. It was Ken's shit. It was just that was the labeling. You're like, can you remember what was on this one? We'll put it in. See what.
Damn it, Mom! I told you 100 times. There's no way to pause an online game. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep. Bye bye. Ooh.
Spring is coming.
Ooh. Oh dear.
Well, now, isn't that just interesting?
My mind isn't right. You're fucking right there, like. Holy fuck.
Don't look like Easter eggs to me.
Oh no.
It has been 0 days since I smacked someone for no reason.
Yes, a cat.
Bring those nails in here.
Oh, we got new nails. We got new nails. Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Very nice. Another treat.
Beautiful
cool.
nails.
Short.
They're cool.
Okay, let's feel them.
Oh, they're sharp.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Hey.
We need a new bumper.
Dad needs to go back to the store. It's not supposed to fizz and blow up. See how the top is even rounded? Way under pressure. Under pressure. Going down on me.
Pushing down on me. Pushing down on me. We need new make a
It's
new
not
bumper,
expired.
mate.
I'm guessing maybe it wasn't refrigerated or something. Like I opened the thing up and it would just. No, I got my tea. I'm okay. Thank you, though. Love you.
Need to make a new bumper, mate. The new feature.
For nails.
Yeah, the nail bumper.
House for rent. 5 minutes from the beach or 8 seconds if you fall.
Holy fuck. Jesus. I'm not thinking about going down. We're trying to climb back up. It's me.
You know, if we actually had shoreline here in Pittsburgh, I'd say that is a very appropriate picture from Pittsburgh.
We have actually got a very steep staircase at South Shields. That's like that. It's steep, but it obviously it staggers round, but it's fucking steep.
We have a road like that in Pittsburgh.
Oh, my street's like that. That's what we live on, hills like this all the time. Everything's on hills around here. Literally on a valley.
Who is that?
What in fuck's name? Who the fucking hell is that?
You'll never guess it.
Don't look familiar.
Yup, those stairs definitely come off of Route 28 in Pittsburgh. ZZ Top in 1970. They look like three members of the greatest Canadian slow-pitch softball team ever assembled.
That's not ZZ Top, never. Get the fuck. Whoa.
That's before they grew their beards. Because they were just a bunch of young punks that wanted to look like a bunch of, you know, 2-6ers from Canada.
Holy shit. I would never have guessed that in a
I
million
want to
years.
move to Mars and hang out with aliens. I'm tired of humans.
Oh, poor cow. Poor cow.
Shh. No one needs to know Kenny loves pineapple on his pizza.
I do. No, not
Some
that
people aren't just missing a screw. The whole freaking toolbox is gone with them.
Yeah, definitely.
Ruins of an ancient civilization.
On Blockbuster Video. Jesus Christ, you're going back there. Blockbuster. Holy moly.
Yeah, we all have that one friend. That's his project car.
Probably sat there for fucking years doing fuck all.
The fucking rust on this vehicle and the lack of attention to detail. But you gotta have the blowers and you gotta have chrome alternator.
Yeah. Not the best.
When a woman laughs during an argument, Psycho has been activated. Please abort mission.
Oh, hell yeah. Wise words.
Damn dillbillies.
Oh, God. Fucking hell.
The only way to eat cereal in 1999 was the Kellogg's lightsaber spoon included in your box of cereal.
We never had anything like that. Never had one of
They
them.
always had toys in the boxes of cereal when we were growing up.
Not like that. One of the little plastic things that were shit.
Or
Farm
you had to
animals
send
and all
away
that
for
kind
it.
of crap.
You had to collect like 10 box tops and send them like $10.
Yeah.
And they would send it to
Yeah, I
you.
don't think them magazine subscriptions wanted to build the
We know the
RMS
magazine
Titanic.
subscriptions you got.
Oh, no. Build the Titanic, part 1. A little tiny piece. You know what I mean?
This is what sank the Titanic. R2 Beer 2.
Yep. That is brilliant. I like that.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah.
Terry, quick, make a wish. I wish for 1,000 wishes. Terry, what the hell?
Oh no.
When the herbal essence shampoo commercials used to come on in the 80s and 90s?
Yeah. Oh, don't be loving that.
My neighbor wanted me to trim my tree, so I did. How you like it?
Fuck it. Fair enough. Yo, matey.
The basic ways government steals your money. This is a fundamental course in economics. Ready? If you earn it, income tax. If you live somewhere, property tax. If you spend it, sales tax. Oh, and tariffs. And if you save it, inflation tax. If you invest it, capital gains tax. If you start a business, licenses and fees. If you own a good business, now you got to pay profit tax. And you got to pay personal income tax on your profit. If you give it away, we have a gift tax for you. And if you die, don't worry, your kids will pay inheritance tax.
Yeah, that's so true, So true.
Moral of the story is the government ain't ever gonna fucking leave you alone. Ever.
Nope.
Because you're their cash cow.
Go. Right, y'all.
Latest Tinder listing. Let's learn about Bill. Bill, who's 33, lives 91 miles away. Likes curvy girls and has a dog. Her name is Princess. She's his world. His hobbies include midnight strolls, collecting insects, kind of nerdy, but it's what he's into. Making his own clothing and, dancing when nobody's looking. Dry skin is a deal breaker for Bill. Bill loves Bath and Body Works for the sole reason that their lotion comes in a basket. And Bill would date himself if he could.
What on earth?
Are you interested in Bill?
Hell no.
It puts the lotion on the skin. It puts the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again.
I'll still shoot him.
This is how old I felt when I realized that Family Guy first aired on January 31st, 1999.
No way.
26 years ago.
Holy fuck. I feel like I put a booger in the bed.
The most American grocery store aisle we've ever seen in our entire lives. Beer, pizza, potatoes, guns, Bibles, and sweatpants.
Yeah. I bet it's busy there.
The only thing missing is the ammo. Should say guns and ammo.
The next aisle.
Guns do you no good without ammo.
They'll be in the next aisle, the ammo. There'll be that much of it.
Sun's out, guns out. How many of y'all had that slogan as a little kid?
We had the guns, but we never had that slogan.
And the porn, Mallory says. 90s mom starter pack for summer.
God.
You got your cigarette case for your Marlboros. You got your fold-out chair with your Hawaiian Tropic dark tanning oil with sunscreen. Yeah. And let's not forget the BJ wine coolers.
Wow. Them were the days.
Ain't that the truth, brother?
I can remember my nana had a cigarette case exactly the same as that.
Now it's your turn.
It's just another manic Monday. Ah, wish it was Sunday.
And I know my timing's off because I got a Bluetooth headphone on. I should put my headphones on if I'm going to sing along.
You weren't too
Sorry,
bad.
folks.
You weren't too bad.
My OCD was going off while I was singing. I'm like, oh, your timing's way off, you dumbass. You got a Bluetooth headphone in. Hey, if it smells like chicken, you're holding it wrong.
Oh, hell.
Well, technically, yes.
Oh, God.
And it will leave a mark if it smells like chicken, let me tell you.
Ooh.
Okay, time, folks, for that one random drawer that we all have in our kitchen. Here's a starter pack in case you want to, get your kids a head start on one when they move out.
I've actually got one here. There you go. It's a random screwdriver in my drawer.
Random screwdriver, Sharpie, super glue. Doesn't matter if you've already opened it or not. We know it ain't going to be any good when you actually need it. Piece of candy. You got an Allen head tool, Band-Aid. Miscellaneous screws that don't go to anything useful. Couple batteries. Don't forget, when they're laid in the drawer by themselves without a rack or a tray or a box to put them in, the screws are going to short the batteries out, so there'll be plenty of battery acid in the bottom of that drawer within no time flat. Some miscellaneous rubber bands and, a USB charger for a micro USB that you don't have anything micro USB anymore, except for a couple of your vape mods. A pack of cards that's obviously missing some and, didn't want to get rid of it. And, a random key that goes to nothing in your house.
I've got loads of them on the key rack. I haven't got a clue what they're for. No idea.
The only thing faster than fucking speed of light is the weekend.
Hell yeah.
Every 7 days, you get reminded.
Oh, yeah.
This is the last time Kenny built a computer, and this is what it looked like.
It looked worse. It looked worse than that.
Meanwhile, the mate says that he can't possibly build a computer today because it doesn't have all that shit in the front of it anymore. You know how hard it is to find a case that you can actually put a CD drive in?
My tower had two towers. One had 2 CD-ROMs in, and the other one had 10 CD-ROMs in, because that's what I use for burning CDs. I had a big 10-tower fucking pure CD-ROMs, burning CDs, and PlayStation 1 games.
Yeah.
Them were the days. Oh, look at that, man. Windows 98.
Them were the days.
System, that,
It was
a
really good.
System, 98. It was awesome. Yeah, this shit you've got now.
All the games that my kids used to play, like Reader Rabbit, man, the kids learned how to read before they went to school because they're Reader Rabbit.
Exactly. They were educational.
And here we are today. Our computers are making changes on our system that we don't want it to. And it says, fuck you. We're going to do it anyway after you walk away from us.
Exactly.
Come back tomorrow. I bet you that monitor is going to be back at 75 hertz.
Instead of you telling the computer what you want to do, the computer's now telling you what it fucking wants to do.
And what you're allowed to do on it.
Yeah.
I have a half brother. Different mothers? Nah, shark attack.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
Don't piss off older people. The older we get, the less in life in prison is actually any kind of a fucking deterrent.
I didn't. No. 4 meals a day, bed for the night. What more would you ask for?
No bills to pay. That's the best part.
Exactly.
Matter of fact, they'll pay you to be there. You can make license plates and stuff. And I had to put something in there for you UK folks out there. The first one's chips. The second one is fries. The third one's crisps. And anything else is wrong as far as you guys are concerned.
Yep, totally true. That's it.
In the States, these are known as steak fries. These are French fries. And these are potato chips.
Potato chips. But they're not a chip. The chip is the fried shade. There's a chip. That's not a chip. It's a crisp.
Don't you have a chip on your shoulder?
Yeah. You better believe it.
Marry a girl who says things like, I'm proud of you. I had fun tonight. I appreciate you. 700 horsepower seems completely reasonable for a family car.
Hell yeah, get the ring on the finger.
The things you learn as you get older in life.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, this lady is in hospital A&E department having mistaken builders expanding foam for hair mousse. And, well, your life is now complete as you've seen a total clusterfuck that you should have stayed at home for. Matter of fact, a pair of scissors would have alleviated that whole situation because there's no way of getting out of that without removing all of your hair.
Yep, you're going to be coming out there bald. Period.
And that's what I was talking about last week, dude.
Oh, wow.
How much do you think that thing cost? You remember?
No idea. Not a clue.
1,600 euros. Not including VAT.
No way. 1,600. Holy moly.
And all it's got is a DNA 60.
Shit.
Why do you flatten your hair? Oh, because the hair gets straighter and longer.
Okay.
Why is your dick burned? How did you burn your dick? Why?
Oh, well.
It's going to take a long time to explain this, lady. Sure you want to hear about it? Can we fix it? No, it's fucked.
No, it's fucked.
Why wasn't Bob the Builder telling people the truth? It wasn't, yes, we can. It was, no, it's fucked. Bennett, get a new one. We don't live in a world where we fix anything anymore. Star Wars toilet paper, you know, to clean your dark side.
Oh, God. Very, 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 very novel.
Oops, wrong folder. I'm surprised that wasn't in that movie Mallory sent me, Heavy Metal. Happy birthday! Nancy McKeon is 59.
Whoa.
Your childhood ruined.
Same age as me. Pretty much.
Facts of Life. That's what she was on. Happy birthday, Susan Gibney.
Whoa.
That was Data's love affair.
Data, yeah, I remember vaguely.
Because she was a hologram of the person that designed the starship. And
right.
Geordie had the hots for her.
Aw.
Oh, dear. Build Back Better. 2005 Ford Ranger, $300.
Okay. But the rest of it.
Well, where's the rest of Build Back Better? Where's the rest of no tax on tips? Huh? No tax on Social Security. No,
Right.
that ain't going to happen. But I did happen to see a tweet the other day that there was going to be no capital gains tax anymore.
Oh, well. Fingers crossed.
No, go ahead and eat your dinner. I'll just sit here and starve.
That is every dog. Every dog's got a face like that. Don't give them
The whole time you're eating.
They've all
Doesn't
got that
matter.
face.
It doesn't matter if you got their food and put it in their bowl before you sat down to start eating. They will not touch their bowl until you're done eating. And they have finally admitted to themselves that they weren't able to convince you to give them some of your food.
Mine side eyes you. He sits right and you'll turn like that. Then you'll see him like that, he'll be side eyeing you like that. Come on, how you doing? I was like, come on, have it over. All right. Nope, not happening.
Listen, Maggie is such an animated dog. First off, more times than not, she's more like a cat than she is a dog. But when she does want to be like a dog is like usually when she just gets done eating her bowl of food and she wants to go out. So she'll literally come up to the sofa and stand on her hind legs like E.T. and will literally paw you like, can you let me out now? I need to go out now. Can you let me out now? And she will keep pawing you until you get up and walk to the back door to let her out. I'm waiting one of these days I'm going to sit down to eat dinner and she's going to come up and do the same thing.
There was a joke in there. You said she was like a cat. Let me out now. Meow.
Meow.
Yeah.
Meow.
Yeah.
Aww. Slightly ahead of you guys. I said, fuck this 50 series RTX series. I placed my order, pre-order for the 9090 Ti Super. You know, to keep up with everything I've got OBS doing, and maybe it won't crash for DaVinci Resolve.
9090. Fucking hell.
It's the overclock, 60 gigabit VRAM.
Shit.
And yes, it's got RGB lighting too.
And I bet it's got a hefty price tag.
Oh, it's only going to be about $100,000 by the time this comes out.
Exactly.
Just because I give you advice doesn't mean that I know more than you. It just means I've done some more stupid shit than you, and I'm trying to avoid your suffering.
Yeah, definitely true word is said.
It's called a fucking joke. We used to tell them before people came offended at everything.
So true.
Watch your memory go into the BIOS and turn off parity if it's there. No more crashes.
Interesting.
My wife said I had two choices in life. Be her last love or her first homicide. The choice was mine. And consequently, I said I do.
Oh.
Her uncle at the wedding walked up to me and said, "You're a wise man."
Two,
I had
right?
to bury the other ones. Because this is the world we live in, folks.
Oh, my
You go to the clearance aisle at your local Walmart, and dumb motherfuckers want to charge you different prices for the same damn thing.
Just buy two of the cheapest to work. Oh my God.
Or if you're feeling posh, you could buy two of the more expensive ones because they're only a nickel more. And what the hell are you going to really buy for 10 cents?
Not a lot.
Not a lot? She knows damn well nobody is paying attention to the dog in this picture.
Yep.
Really? What dog? Here's a photo of me naked.
Technically, it is. You're naked of flesh, organs, and everything else.
Listen, I asked AI to make a picture of me naked where I wasn't fat, and this is what it came up with.
Oh, God. Brian Ferguson's joke of the day. Man goes to see doctor complaining every time he sneezes, he ejaculates and feels satisfied. Doctor asks the man, what you been taking for it? The man says, pepper. Oh,
see what AI tells us today. Joke. What do you call a dad that has fallen through the ice?
A
popsicle.
Oh, shit. Turn that off. Holy moly.
I told you, man, every week I do one improvement a week. Sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't. Kind of like Almond Joy.
Is that working now? Like, is it? I joke.
Exclamation point joke.
No way, I don't believe that. Hang on a minute, I'm in the wrong fucking thingy.
You know, there's loads of slugs all over the lawn. Some get salt. Bloody hell, Susan, you'll eat anything, won't you?
What do you call a duck that gets all ears? A wisecracker. Fucking hell. Holy God. You didn't tell us little bottom of the barrel jokes, did you?
Dad jokes. Who'd you bring back for one final concert?
Holy moly, mate. I'm stuck between a few of them, actually. I'll probably go Lemmy out of Motorhead.
Yeah.
Hendrix and Elvis.
I think I would want to see Bob Marley or Prince.
I was never a fan of Bob Marley. I was just like the odd record. So I think I was a fan I would go for, but
I just liked it because it's so different than all the music you hear and find nowadays.
I think I said I liked some of these tracks, but I wasn't a massive fan, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of either one of them, but like Prince, I mean, the man is so freaking talented. The entire album, he played like 23 different instruments on one album.
Well, no, I've got a
news just in. According to Neil Pitts, do wah diddy diddy dum diddy do wah diddy diddy dum diddy do. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
I miss playing those classic songs and like, you know, Blue Moon and Blueberry Hill. All them songs from the 50s and 60s when I did car show DJing.
Me and my mate actually went to see Purple Rain, the film and the pictures in the movies. But his album was fantastic.
Yeah.
Purple Rain album, fantastic. He was very talented because he like I say, he done obviously later on in life. He traveled. He done with the Traveling Wilburys. He's done a solo on there and all that shit. Man, what a guitarist he was. Very talented guitarist. Unbelievable.
There's somebody I'd bring back that I've never got to see them actually play live. Toby Keith.
There's another one there. I'll tell you is he there? Kurt Cobain, Nirvana. That won't be a cool one.
Scientists have invented a bracelet that gives you an electric shock every time you swear. That's what my wife would look like.
That'd be me and Al. Definitely.
Amazing simple home remedies. If you're choking on an ice cube, simply pour a cup of boiling water down your throat. Presto! And the blockage will instantly remove itself. Avoid cutting yourself when slicing vegetables by getting someone else to hold the vegetables while you do the chopping. Avoid arguments about the toilet seat. Use the sink instead. For high blood pressure sufferers out there, simply cut yourself and, bleed a few minutes every day, thus reducing the pressure in your veins. And remember to use a timer. My goodness, I wouldn't want to be the cause of your death. A mousetrap? A mousetrap placed on top of your alarm clock will prevent you from ever rolling over and going back to sleep after you hit the snooze button. And if you have a bad cough, just take a large dose of laxatives. Then you will be afraid to cough ever again. And you only need 2 tools in life, WD-40 and duct tape. If it doesn't move, and it should, use the WD-40. And if it moves and shouldn't, use the duct tape. And remember, everyone seems normal until you really get to know them.
Yeah.
And if you can't fix it with a hammer, you got an electrical problem. And a daily thought, some people are like slinkies. They're not really good for anything, but they definitely bring a smile to your face when you push them down the stairs.
Oh, fucking hell. Ouch.
Not the John Tesh Intelligence for Your Life segment you were expecting.
No, not quite.
POV, you're a Portuguese sailor from the 1950s. Don't you mean the 1850s?
Fucking hell.
Oh, the 1500s. That's what I get for not actually reading what it said. Be careful out there, everyone. I had 2 Snow White tickets in my car, and somebody broke in and left 4 more of them.
Fucking hell.
What do you call a Mexican midget? A paragraph, because he's not a full essay.
Jesus Christ.
My 13-year-old son told me that when he hits 99 pounds, he wants to eat 1 pound of nachos on his own so he can be 1% nacho. He is the chosen one.
He is the chosen one.
Best cat house ever devised.
Hell yeah.
I'm allergic to cats. But that is cool.
That's awesome.
I wonder if I had that, if Maggie would crawl into there. Doesn't matter. She snores so loud, the neighbors would know exactly where she's at.
Exactly.
Electrician wanted. Experience required this time.
What the fuck? Oh dear.
German Wi-Fi is the worst.
Oh God, fucking.
Awkward. Honey, I'm home. Honey? Honey?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We've reached the end of the dad jokes that were submitted for this week.
Oh.
If you'd like to contribute to the dad jokes, and hopefully you can find some better ones than, we get on a regular basis. But hey, anything is welcome, and nothing is censored. So please feel free to join the Discord server, drop your dad jokes into the dad joke section, and you will see your content incorporated into next episode. That's simple.
Yeah.
All right. I think it's time for retro vape comparison. A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, Alex was so organized for the show that he completely lost track of the retro vape that we have for today because it's on the table and I forgot to go get it. Hot diggity dog diggity.
I feel awful now.
Nah, don't feel awful.
Fucking. Where have I put all my fucking RTAs? I'm miffed with that. I am totally.
I don't know. I want to see that other one that you got. Let's compare the two of them. See what they're like. But there is the coil that we're going to be throwing into this thing.
Let's have a look.
0.38 ohms, 80 watts. This is the M Dual. Dual mesh coils. See the beautiful threads in the top? And you got the threads on the bottom.
Where the fuck's that gone now?
Awesome sauce. And I love that most people don't pay attention to this. This is the minimum fluid level you want to keep in your tank in order to ensure that you do not get a dry hit.
Right, where have I put that now?
And look at all the other coil options they had.
Come on.
Remember last week we were talking about the different types of wicking and how like they had wood pulp, flax fiber, flax paper.
There's an F coil. Oh, I hope these fit in this one. I think they do.
And there she goes. There's the beautiful Horizon Falcon Tank. Beautiful button here.
Oh, can't use that.
Oh, look at that. That's about as clean as the porn channel.
I can't use this one.
Uh-oh.
Different coils. Look, it's the pulley-in type. It's not the M coils. Shit.
How many tanks had a spring-loaded top cap?
News just
Pitch
in.
is like,
According to Neil
got
Pitts,
in there.
use the coil in it, Alex. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Oh, I'm so annoyed with that.
Ew, look at that coil.
So pissed. I've got a stash of coils somewhere. I must have. Oh, come on.
Yuck.
Bad jack shit.
That is disgusting. All right. I think we're going to have to roll the bumper and while I go clean this thing out. Let's do the... We haven't done this one in a long time.
Do the back and five. Do the back and five and I'll have a quick loo break.
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? But so what?
But so what?
Vaping is better than smoking. technically, yes. But so what? Everybody knows Joe Friday. My daughters tell me that nobody knows him and nobody knows what I'm talking about, but that's okay. Because what he would say is just the facts, ma'am, just the facts, ma'am. Very droll, dry. Because people want to give their editorial comments. Well, I think this, I think this. No, no, no. Let's just start with the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That's what we do. Joe Friday. Get to know him.
You're pretty high and far out, aren't you? What kind of kick are you on, sir?
Hot diggity dog diggity. Oh, doesn't that just look so much better than what we originally had when I opened this thing up on there? Man, she was filthy. All right, what are we putting in this thing? I'm going to put this Frusion Juice Company's Clementine Citrus Mango. I just got that in not too long ago. Just a drop will do ya. A little bit on the top there. And a little bit on the top there. Beautiful. Awesome. Just like that, she's all done. And since this is a retro vape, let's take a look at the actual mod that my wife was rocking for all them months, and this probably was used for a good year and a half before it got replaced. When's the last time you saw a 3-battery mod out there? I had to think for a second, do I even have a set of 3 batteries that are the same? So I'm legit going to have to go with 3 batteries that were bought the same time, but haven't been used since I got them. It would help if I got.
Thunderbirds, I'll go. Look what I found. Look what I found.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts, Kenny, if you shake it more than once, you're playing with it. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
I'm gonna. What can I put in here? I've got the F coil. Ooh, what other one have I got? You've got the M coils. Let me see.
Ha! I found them. Damn, boy. I didn't think I still had these.
Everybody's finding things today. Everybody's finding everything today. Isn't this cool?
This is my last set of 3 batteries that were kept paired.
The M1
Holy
coil
cow,
78
dude.
watts. Nah, I'm not going with that. I'm going to go with an F coil. You've got an M, haven't you?
Yeah, I got the M dual.
News just in. According to Mallory Gates, at Neil Pitts, but you got to wiggle it just a little bit. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
The F coil. I don't know if you can see that.
F1, 2 or 3?
It's the F1. It's 0.2 ohms, 80 watts. It has
That's
a single,
wood pulp and cotton.
Yeah. And it's obviously a round wire.
Yep. 80 watts plus or minus 10. And mine is 80 watts for a 0.38 ohm coil.
Now, if I remember correct, there's 1, 2. These were fucking airy. I've got 3 air holes on this. 3.
Yep.
But I'm going to try. Oh, yeah.
1,
I'm going to try some of that.
2, 3.
I'm going to pre-soak my coil here quickly so I can catch up with you, buddy.
No
Just
worries.
Dabbing some in the hose. Dabbing some in the hose and that. Now, this is the Falcon King. Now, I think the only difference is this one had a flippy spring top.
So does this one.
Has that one got a springy one and all? Ah, yeah. So what was the difference between the two then?
This is the Falcon King as well.
Ah, that's why, because they're both the same. The King. We both got the. Isn't that odd? We both got the same one. Ha!
Yeah, but it sucks. The batteries that've been sitting here are not at full charge. That should be good enough for the show. We'll start them off at 70 watts, I think, to break them in. What do you think? Mine says to run them at 80 watts straight up, but I'm like, let's break these things in.
That'd be maybe a good idea. I'm just trying to think so I can put it on that I've got batteries in. Let's have a look. Nothing in there. I found my secret stash though. I did find my secret stash. This will help us. This can soak while I do my batteries.
Where did the time fly today? You realize we're almost at 5 hours already. We're
No
about to get shut off
friggin' way.
on Twitter.
Nah. We're not
We
there.
might have to
already,
skip the random
surely.
recipe today.
Wow. 5 hours already. That's cool. Then again, we did dive well into the news section. We got well engrossed with that, like with the science and all that stuff. That was
but the news was actually over early. We talked for our first half hour. We did the news that was only about an hour and 10 minutes long. Normally we go an hour and a half to 2 hours for the news. The dad jokes, I think, took forever.
We've lost a bit of time somewhere. Because this guy's always so
Neil Pitt said that he did a
regimented.
mix. I'm going to have to check out this mix. Mango Sunrise.
So this is thingy at 80 watts, eh? Right, so I'm going to drop that down.
The Mango Natural from Wonder Flavors I do not have.
Holy fuck, that's airy. Woohoo! I better get me drink ready here because I'm going to cough me tits off with this.
I'm going to have to order that missing ingredient in. Natural mango from Wonder Flavors. Looks like a good recipe, though. Well, knock on wood, OBS issues seem to have been sorted out now. I haven't really got any, blinky error messages. There was one time that we dropped way down, but that was just a minor hiccup. Skipped frames. The rest of the time, it's been able to keep up 30 frames per second. No issues.
Cool.
And for some mysterious reason, with the latest version of Chrome, it's not opening up inside from OBS. So I hear you from Firefox. No
Very
echoes.
Odd.
Very odd.
Right.
Holy whistly.
I don't think I could do it fully open airflow. I think we're just like breathing through it. Holy fucking moly. Nowadays, the flavor's still good on this thing,
Real
Isn't
good.
it?
Holy cow.
Oh. And the
And that's
clouds,
just 70
Jesus,
watts.
sugar.
This
I'm
thing,
on
I
80.
think, calls for 80.
I'm on 80. There you go. I'm straight on 80, mate.
I'm on 70.
Boom. 80 watts on the G Class 2. God.
I've got 80 watts on the Wismec Rouleau.
Wow.
Classic.
Very nice.
3 battery box mod.
Wow.
Well beat to shit and back.
That's what you did with them in them days, but that's really good.
That's gorgeous. This thing is ancient.
Fucking clouds for days.
I've got a fan in my door, plus I got the ceiling fan on. This thing is gorgeous.
What flavour you put in yours? I missed that. What you put in yours? What are you vaping?
Frusion Juice Company's Clementine Citrus Mango.
Oh. I'm vaping one of my newfound favourites.
Wow.
I am vaping one of my newfound favourite flavours.
Apricot Delight. I love that.
What? Holy moly. This
I
is
need to
another
thank
commercial.
Darren. I believe Darren gave me that recipe.
That's another commercial, that, mate. It is stunning. It's even good in here.
Yeah.
Damn.
And apricot is such a rarely used flavor in vaping products nowadays. Maybe it's actually being used but not advertised as part of the recipe.
No, but with this, you're getting the apricot flavor. It's not drowned out in any of the flavors. It's not accentuating another flavor. It is fucking apricot. It is absolutely lush. I was like, ooh, this is good. Ooh.
Here's the recipe.
Plus, it's been steeping since the 10th of December 24. So it's had a nice little
Well,
bit
of
of
course.
steep time.
How else are you going to get the cheesecake and the marshmallow to blend with the fairy floss?
That's what you're getting
to
on the
meld
exhale.
that beautiful peach and apricot and just a hint of toasted coconut and whipped cream.
Delicious. It's delicious. It does remind us a little bit of a cookie because you get that kind of exhaley flavor.
Yeah.
But
that's the graham
fruit,
crust in the cheesecake.
Apricot. Yeah, but the apricot just hits you. It's just oh my god, it's amazing. Another good one.
That's the primary ingredient.
Yeah, it's absolutely lush.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful. Loved it. Well, I'll show you it now, right? That's how full it is now, right? That's how full she is now. Wait till this time next week. If it lasts that long.
Hopefully this time next week, you're going to get to see the Triton Vortex 30 RDA.
Oh.
I need to finish that. I need to finish editing the review on the Oxbar Astro Maze 50,000 puff disposable.
Really? Fuck.
And you're going to see the Watofo Pod Mod.
Cool. That. Fuck me, man. That's for an old tank that's still kicking.
Fuck me. There's 4. I got to finish editing. The Blaze AIO.
Oh, you haven't done that yet, have you? Like Blaze IO? Jesus, matey.
With a dual sliding glass door bridge.
That's the one, yes.
I got it opened and cleaned up. I still need to film the button changing. You can change it from a protruding button to a flat button. So I want to try it out with the flat button before I comment on it. I don't think you need it. I love the fact that, you can change the button from a protruding one to a flat one, but quite honestly, I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag. This is the only drip tip you get. It's a 510 drip tip that's blunt. I don't know if you can actually see that.
Yeah,
it's squared.
Square edge, one eye.
And it goes into this little 510 adapter.
Yeah.
They don't give you any other drip tips. I would have loved to have gotten, the thing's $160, right? I would have loved, well, that's just for the AIO. The bridge is another $50 on top of that. I would have loved to have gotten an actual stainless steel drip tip like the one that came with the Hell Vape mouth to lung. Matter of fact, I just put this finally back on the Hell Vape mouth to lung tank because for the longest time, I didn't like that Mike Vapes. Now, granted, this drip tip is made out of aluminum and it's anodized aluminum, but I would have loved a stainless steel drip tip, one piece that screws in so I could just screw this into the top and unscrew it when I want to clean it once a week.
Yeah.
Because the double O-rings on here are way more tight than my 510 drip tips that I have. Even with the double O-rings. This is really loose. Wouldn't be an
Damn.
issue if you got a one-piece drip tip as an alternate. And the thing is, I went to their website. I was going to order one. It's like $7, but they're out of stock.
Huh. That's probably why, because nobody likes the original drip tips. So they all went and bought another one.
Yeah, why? Oh.
It's like it's the square, it's like the square duck bill shape, isn't it? Like the square
Duck bill
duck
mouthpiece, and it's so short that your lips are on the AIO all the time. Like
But if
anything
you
else, you can
notice
get
that
used
for-
to it. But if you're going to be putting out $200 for a mod and a burrow tank,
You would expect a bit better, yeah.
you expect to get a spare of everything, including a drip tip. Why are you only giving me one drip tip? And if I drop it and lose it, what do I do then? The thing's
Knackered.
useless without a
Yeah.
drip tip.
You're knackered.
Overall, though, I am truly in love with it. This freaking coil that they have for that has been fantastic. And it's beautiful dry burn. The coil's lasted two dry burns now. And I love the airflow. The little airflow pins, you can change it out. This one's a 3mm. They have a 2.5. They have a 2, 1.5. So you can get a mouth-to-lung experience on it. But
Cool.
save the rest for my review.
Have you got your original drip tip on your Falcon?
Yes.
I took mine off because I thought it was too short.
Nah, this is actually one of the taller ones.
Oh, I put that one on. I put my own tall one on. Right there. I'll put a big one on.
You know what? It's been so long, I don't really know. I think that's the original one.
I put a taller one on because I think what happened with mine, and now what happened with mine, the O-rings or something just lost their grip and it kept falling out. You know, like when you walk around, it kept falling out. And that was the only thing. So I got a taller one, which was just lying about, and I stuck that in. That was it. It kept falling out. I think I actually lost it, and that's why that's in. I'm almost certain I did. When I was out and about, I think I actually lost it because it kept falling out. But man, it's still good for its age, man. Really good.
Very happy with it.
It's a chucker. It's a chucker. Is it not?
She sure is. She's delicious and tasty, though.
Yeah. They nailed it with that, like the Horizon Falcon. They did. They
And
absolutely
my
nailed it
Blaze
with
Max is actually going to take a break while I enjoy this lusciousness right here.
that. Yeah, man. Mine's still sitting
Nice
over
change
there
of
as well,
pace.
Max.
And I love that Frusion Juice Company is so wet, watery mouthfeel. Fortunately,
I told you I
I
had a stash
ordered
somewhere.
2 of each. So I'm going to send you one of each. I'm going to send you the Apple Sugar Baby and the Clementine Citrus Mango.
Ooh, that would be nice. I've been itching to have a try them because obviously you can't get them over here.
Yeah.
Unless you pay a tariff.
You have to pay VAT no matter what.
Exactly. We're screwed. That's what I'm saying. The guy about tariffs is we're screwed. Either way, we still fucking pay for anything anyway. So what's the point? You know what I mean? We're screwed either way, aren't we?
It is what it is.
Also,
Brett
when I
says he
found
likes
that-
the flat button.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to be giving that a try.
I found me a
Oh, yeah.
Cyrus as well. It was my secret stash. Me stash in the cupboard. I
Oh,
found
really?
it. I found everything. I found it all. Thankfully, I was panicking there. That Cyrus wasn't cheap.
Actually, I think that those Samsung 30Qs I put in there weren't actually a match set. Because I remember having a B1, a B2, and a B3, and the B3 actually had 3 batteries that were paired together. But I mean, those are like the oldest batteries I still have. I do have a couple 25Rs that are still here that I like throwing into my build stand.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the ones I had, well, I had 4. They were NJOY batteries for me Hog 4, and that's all they ever went in. But I mean, they're long gone. Them now they've died. That's what I really need to do now, is update all my batteries, because they are starting to get on now. I mean, they're getting about 2.5 years old, most of them. They need replacing.
I have recently placed an order from 18650 Battery Store, and there's still a couple I haven't used. My problem with them is I use a Sharpie to write on the battery wrap so that they're paired up, give them unique numbers, letter combinations. And unfortunately, you don't see anything written on this battery anymore.
Yeah.
It's worn off. A permanent marker wore off because the battery wrap is such a beautiful material that the oils in your hand wipe off the permanent ink.
Yeah. I used to just I remember when the last ones I battery wrapped them all the same wrap, so I knew they were all together. If I remember correctly.
This is what I used to do, and I probably should get back to it.
Yeah.
Use my label maker and just make a label for it. That way you know it's a match set.
Yeah. Your magic maple maker, there you go. Problem solved. Might be a bit tight in some mods, like, but you'll get them in. That was really nice.
Well,
I'm well impressed with that. Bit of old school that's still grafting. That could stand toe to toe with modern tanks. That
sure does.
Really could.
They were really onto something, using the different wicking materials.
Yeah, man. Why did it
flaxseed and cotton combinations, and like Freemax did the T fiber wicking.
It makes you wonder why it never ever took off, because the actual wick, I mean, you've seen the flavour, the wood pulp, it's spot on.
The bamboo fibers I weren't really a fan of because it took a tank to break them in.
Yeah.
But like the ones for this Falcon, they're amazing. They're crystal clear and clean. There's no molestation of the flavors. You get them right up front. And if I remember correctly, these coils lasted a decent bit.
Yeah. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, why that never took off. Nothing wrong with them.
The only thing is how whistly the tank is.
Well, because you've got 3 gaping holes in the bottom of it, that's why. The air holes are huge.
3 gaping holes and a flat bar in the middle. So at least 2 of those airflows are getting sliced by that bottom.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can actually see you through that. I can see you through me.
I know, it's wild.
It's freaking massive. Just imagine though, if the fucking the honeycomb was around when this was made, it would have been mint with honeycomb. Oh,
you don't even need to do it. Just do like the Fat Rabbit did in the 3, in the J edition, where it's rounded. If that bar that came out of the bottom was rounded, and they could have actually done a 3-way split on it with rounded rods.
Got ya.
Buttery smooth, quiet airflow. And then you'd lose that whistliness that you have it now. Because when you look through this bottom airflow, you can clearly see a flat bar as that thing comes down and goes across to the other airflow opening.
Yeah. Definitely. But
little wing technology, the shapes of an airplane wing. They could have eliminated the whistle. Still created a vortex in there. Would have been mint. But I mean, for what this is and how old it is, it's magnificent.
That's what I'm saying. I've got no qualms with it. I didn't think I ever did.
Best idea you've had in a long time, mate. Pulling these old tanks out is the retro vape for this week.
I knew I had it. I didn't realize you had a Falcon King. I thought it was a Falcon. I think I've got a Falcon.
That was my wife's daily drag. That was her all-day vape. This whole setup is the original setup that she carried around everywhere when she first started vaping.
Wow. That's cool. And just got to show it just hasn't died. Still performing really well. What more can a man ask for?
And unlike modern tanks that are only 2 batteries, just because you're down to a quarter of the battery, that's going to last me the rest of the day. That's fantastic.
That's not really good as well. The accuracy of the coil was 0.2. My mod's reading is 0.21, so it's pretty close. You know, we've got the resistance pretty tight.
Yeah, it's accurate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vapes. My wish to all of you. We'll be back same time, same place next week for another round, another episode. Maybe we'll get back to doing just regular news.
Things happen, man. These things happen. Rest, boys and girls, everybody in chat, as always, thank you for joining us. You do make the show, as always. As Alex said earlier on, remember, get over that Discord, get your dad jokes, your dog pics, your hand checks, all that stuff in. Also contact him on all the other usual social media, your Twitter, Facebook, all that stuff. You know where to find him. He's everywhere. Again, thanks to Alex again for me still being here for whatever episode we're up to now. It's unbelievable. And as always...
Season 4, episode 14.
Holy moly. I feel old now. And as
4
always,
years
folks,
we've been doing this.
4 years already. Jesus. Holy moly. Where's that gone? But as always, folks, you all stay safe. Vape safe. We'll see you same time, same place next week. You all take care. Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.